What up, everybody? How are you all doing tonight? What's up, Kath? What's up, Libris? What's up, Variel? What up, Sluglard? What up, Ewok? What up, Buckle? Emma Bird, how are you this evening, my fine feathered friend?
I'm okay.
Right on, right on. Your, I don't know if your lighting's different, but your hair definitely looks more purple today. Or maybe it's just like, every time after you dye your hair, it fades a little bit, right?
Yeah, every time you wash it, it fades a little bit. I mean, it doesn't look to me like in mirrors that it looks like any brighter. Maybe it's the lighting.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But anyway, first of all, thank you, because you guys were just here a couple days ago, most of you anyway. Joined me for some hot Elder Evil action. Where Trip, I've been telling people about this all weekend, dude. I'm very proud of you and how you brought that to an end. That was a creative solution to a shit sandwich situation. So
I try.
let's get some clappers up in chat for our vanquishing heroes. Yeah. And yeah. I've had a very long weekend. I am very tired, so it's gonna be low-key Thug Lord tonight. And hopefully I don't mess anything up too bad, but I'm kind of running on fumes here. But as they say, the show must go on, and so it shall. So speaking of which, who would like to tell me about what happened last week?
We went to the library.
That's true.
We
And
got our library cards,
what did you find in the library?
books.
That's true.
Well, I found a fancy book that there was something in. I got the thing. Well, sorry. Garrett found a book. I was helping him take notes. And while helping to take notes, I found something hidden in the cover of the book. I went back, cut it out, yanked it out, and it gave me cinder sight and the ability to see through like flames and stuff.
Yep.
So that freaked Leviathan out. He didn't like that, but shit happens.
All right. Anyone else care to chime in?
We went
Joey,
clothes shopping.
your snacks are very loud, Joey.
Sorry, I forgot to mute Mike.
It's all right.
They went clothes shopping.
That's also true. And Scruffles got herself a badass dress. Can we get like kind of a brief description?
I was thinking something kind of like what Cersei would wear, kind of like that designs on the shoulders and stuff.
Right. So like the kind of mixture between cloth and armor almost.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Very imperious. What else did you guys get as far as clothing?
I didn't get anything. I didn't want anything.
I got a dark black cape.
Mm-hmm. And Emma got a coat, kind of similar in design to my dress, but coat-like. And then Buckle got a coat as well.
That is very true. Alright, so when we ended last week, you guys were headed somewhere. Do you remember where that is? What you got, Buckle?
We ended the session just outside the Temple of Leviatar, right next to the Fountain of Thargonis, where we learned that the heart pumping blood into the fountain was a dragon's heart. says it right there.
That is correct.
I underlined it. I don't know why I underlined it.
Also, I don't know if I mentioned this last week. Those of you who did get that information or did recognize it, you also rolled high enough to know the approximate age of the dragon, or at least size of it. So we're talking either adult or ancient. So, about as big as they get. All right. So, everybody make perception checks except for Ewok.
I wasn't going into the place. Do you still want me to make one?
Yes. Okay. Trip. You see your quote-unquote slave approaching.
Which one?
The best one. The kobold
Thatch?
type one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Thatch.
I walk over and I don't know if I have the collar. She has the collar. Grab the collar.
Okay.
Because I think I have to have it. This is weird because it's not actually my pet.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like leash laws.
So I was just with the slaves last week, right?
Yeah, you were left to further train the slaves in combat. So
I tell Nyloth, they're in tip-top shape, boss.
you've taught and
Good job.
possibly beat what information you can into them for the day, and you came to rejoin the group.
The rest of them are going in that weird temple with the floaty naked lady.
Should we go in there?
I'm not.
Come on, it might be fun. Let's go.
Nope.
Okay. Nyloth, Evelyn. You both notice just behind Garrett Reeves, over his right shoulder, there appears to be an insect just hovering. Nyloth, you recognize it immediately as a dragonfly. But I would like you to roll nature. It's unlike any dragonfly you've ever seen.
Mr. Mob, don't move.
I would instantly freeze.
Okay. And I'm gonna just walk over and be like, come here, little guy. And try and catch it slowly.
What are you doing?
Making... Sorry, it's fucking GTA over here.
I mean, we're in the city.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense.
We have like a flying broom with a light on top of it.
Well, the good thing is, like, people can only hear it when I'm talking. Like, my noise gate's catching it, so that's good. I guess. But anyway. Yes, make an insight check, please, Trip. Okay. So you, like, cup your hands up in front of it, and it kind of turns slightly to be, like, facing you directly, and its little eyes begin to kind of flash slightly. Just kind of like dim little like bip 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 at irregular
Like Morse
intervals.
code.
Kind of. And after a few moments of this, it lands in the palm of your hand. Well, the palms of your hand. Palms. Hi, Nikki. Hey, everybody. Nikki's here. Everybody say hi, Nikki.
Hi, Nikki.
And Dust as well.
I'm just gonna look at it and be like, what in the... Check it out.
Alright. Make another nature check, this one with advantage.
Can I move now? Don't worry about the dog.
I am so bad at nature.
And you're a druid.
But
That's
if we were in the
fine,
Underdark, maybe he'd be fine. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
We're in the weirdness.
I guess there's not many dragonflies under the surface, most likely. So yeah, you're looking at it and it's like absolutely beautiful, shining with this rainbow of different colors.
Oh, it's too pretty for me to know what it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
What do you guys
After a
call
moment,
these?
its little tail kind of stands up on end, and the very tip boop, flips over like a Pez dispenser, and little shaft of paper pokes out.
This isn't no dragonfly.
The space station.
The fuck is space?
Would you like me to read the paper?
I'd like have the fly in one hand and like unroll the paper or something.
Mm-hmm. And it's, you know, very small sheet of paper. Picture like a raven scroll from Game of Thrones. You know, just small scroll of paper.
Okay. What language is it in?
What languages... Garrett, what languages do you speak? Elvish and...
Common.
Common? It's in Elvish.
Oh. I can read it then.
Indeed you can. It says, "Waste not your lives, my friends. Allies await you. Come to the end of Blackwash Alley. Signed, the Engineer."
I'm gonna like relay that all in like I'll read it out to Garrett in Elvish.
Everybody else can make a nature roll at this point.
I'm like reading it and just like forgot about the fly.
I need my token on the map too, by the way.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm going to quickly look around to see if anyone caught us speaking Elven, because as I recall, there aren't very many in...
Oh, I'd be whispering it to you.
Still, just the nature of Garrett's paranoia. I think I wrote down that weren't a lot of elves, right?
Were we all supposed to roll nature? Sorry.
Anybody can roll it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to determine that it's probably not.
Rebiathan and Evelyn, you both recognize... Evelyn's like, obviously, it's a mechanical construct. It's not a living thing. But it's beautifully crafted.
It's from the wizard. Probably.
Is that somebody I should know?
No.
Then I don't necessarily care at the moment. I'm sure I'll find out at some point.
He was an ally of ours that I thought had been killed. But maybe he escaped.
Well, an ally of yours is an ally of mine.
Buckle, make a history roll. Seraphina, make a history roll. Buckle, you know that the engineer was a lich.
This is the first I'm hearing of this at any point.
No, it's not.
I've alluded to it before, if not told you outright, that the engineer was a lich.
I was not picking up what you were putting down then.
It was
But he's a good lich.
said at
Are you a
the
good lich or a bad
red
lich?
wedding
Uh,
when that was. It may have
that
been
was-
Monday.
Right, that was a Monday game. Yeah. Okay. Can we trust this is from the engineer? I mean, no one else knows we're here. How would he even know we were here? Good talk, everyone.
He could have it. Maybe there's other bugs. He can make bugs that do things.
Perhaps
Maybe-
one among us is a traitor.
No.
What did the note say,
Maybe-
by the way?
Maybe Thatch has fleas made by the engineer. I point at Thatch.
You know, I'm not actually a. Never mind.
What did the note say that was in the dragonfly?
Anybody? Did anybody catch it?
Blah blah blah. Blackwash Alley.
What?
You have
Love the engineer.
allies. Meet at Blackwash.
I mean,
Yeah, not to waste time.
Yeah.
Where the hell is
in that? But you know.
Blackwatch Alley?
Black Wash.
Wash.
Alley. Rebiathan, make a history roll.
Yay! My best subject.
You've heard Blackwash Alley mentioned. It's down near the docks somewhere.
I'm not sure of the specific location, but I would surmise that it's somewhere down by the docks. I've heard it mentioned before.
So yeah, you don't know its exact location, but you know kind of what district of the city it's in.
So I suggest we go searching down in the docks. If we are intending to follow this, what if this is a trap?
we should just assume anything from here on out is a trap. Good or bad. We're behind enemy lines, after all.
Good point.
But was his? Can I assume that his note was implying that it's a waste of time to go into the temple, and that's the DM?
He
telling
said,
us that?
"Waste not your lives."
Okay.
If that clears it up.
We could always just send one person to meet him, and that way it minimizes the casualties. If it is a trap.
I volunteer.
Yeah.
The one person who hasn't met the engineer.
That's why I thought it was funny.
Trying to help.
I don't know that he would trust you. If it is him. We stand a greater chance if we all go together.
What if this wasn't meant for us? What if it was meant for that guy? I just point at someone. Just kidding. What if it was for them? There's an Ewok and a Jawa.
Well, I still plan on going into the temple. So,
You guys go to the temple, and I'll go to the alley with Thatch.
He didn't want to be in the temple in the first place.
So you guys gonna split the party?
Wait, didn't we just decide last week that earlier today, that we weren't gonna be splitting up the group, and if we were gonna go all one place, we all go together? Am I recalling incorrect?
No, you
Yes,
are right.
That is incorrect.
And we already made this promise to go to the temple, so I say we follow through with that. carry out this plan and then pursue this.
I favor the engineer more than the temple.
Me too.
Ladies
And you
down.
boys have fun.
Buckle. Alright, Buckle roll history with advantage. Or, I'm sorry, not history, insight. This has been one of the pre-warned brain fart moments that I promised would happen. The note seems a bit ominous. Choice of words wise. You're not really sure what to read into it, but
The only thing that I can take from this is it's a warning not to enter the temple.
might be.
Divine powers being what they are, it could reveal our true nature. It could strip us of our illusions. I say we probably should not go in there. At least talk with the engineer first, and if he has more information or says it's all clear, then we can come back. I mean, I got shit all else to do today.
Mm.
I had some plans with some other slavers.
I've got a dinner party at 4, but other than that, my day is free.
my schedule's pretty full up. I got some nice friends down at the slaver market.
Evelyn, Seraphina, Garrett, and Rebiathan, please. Make religion rolls.
Yeah, the lords are smiling down on me today.
Alright, so Garrett, Seraphina, and certainly Rebiathan. Those are all very real dangers. There could be all kinds of wards and magical effects that could wreak all kinds of havoc with your disguises or cause you physical harm, psychic harm, all kinds of horrible things. Additionally, Rebiathan, you notice that everybody walking into the temple is bringing a slave with them. It's 1-to-1 for every single person that walks into the temple. They're bringing a slave with them.
I'll point that out for sure.
Since you rolled a nat 20, I'll tell you that you know that they're sacrifices. Like, in order to actually get into the temple, you have to bring a life to sacrifice.
Right. So, my friends and constituents, I am noticing how 2 people go in.
Constituents? Are you the mayor?
I'm
Just
gonna
seemed
like
the right word to use, man. Just seemed like the right word
No
to
worries,
that
no worries.
tight like
You
behind me.
you threw me for a loop there. I was like, this ain't no Geraldo.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up at Nyloth and be like, yeah, I don't want to go in now.
It kind of
Yeah.
seems like the sacrifices.
I didn't want to go in to begin with. Then they're not taking you. You're my slave. Fist bump.
I'm not gonna fist bump. I'm not. I'm gonna whisper. I'm not really your slave. You know that, right?
Yeah, you're so silly.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna give a worried look to Garrett.
We're in public.
Playing the part.
Also, Seraphina and Rebiathan, you would kind of both expect to see more of like a guard presence outside such a grand structure. You know, just kind of like a standing guard. There's kind of a conspicuous lack of that, which kind of lends more to your thinking of maybe they rely on magical means to keep the temple safe.
I convey all that information and And, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's safe that we go in there right now. Given what I've been recollecting, it'll still be standing there later if we decide to return.
I have to agree.
Fine.
I know it's not ideal, but we haven't forgotten about your task.
Just quiet and pouting, shoulders down.
Dog, are there people like throwing coins into the fountain?
No.
Probably already taste like pennies. Why would they do that?
Nice.
Maybe
guess we start
it's
making our way
maybe it's
towards
just not a
docks.
custom here. You know what I mean? Maybe
Well, I don't
that's-
want to go
maybe
do
that's just
that and
not a
then get
thing.
my head ripped off. Like, if one other person did it, I'd be like, I can go wish. But if literally, like, no one's doing anything that people on Earth do to fountains, I'm just not gonna do it.
Well, I would say that might be a custom elsewhere in the realms. You just didn't see that happening. You didn't see any coins near the edge of the fountain or anything that would indicate that.
Yeah, is more like they might consider that littering and kill me for it.
So,
Well, throwing money anywhere isn't necessarily littering.
so I'm gonna suggest that we start heading towards the docks.
Alright. So off you head, and I take it, Rebiathan, you're probably gonna help guide the party there,
Yeah, doing my square
being the most
duties.
familiar with the city.
Yeah.
Then I will allow you to roll a history check or a survival check.
Survival, please. Yay.
Alright, so you're heading down towards the docks, and you get down to the water's edge. Massive bay just full of ships. Huge ships. Full of all different types of cargo. Much as you would expect to be in a major port city. From those of you back east, like Serafina, it would definitely remind you of Kalimport. Like the amount of ships, the sizes. Buckle, I don't know if Garrett ever made it to Kalimport, but certainly comparable to like Waterdeep.
Luskin is a huge port as well.
Yep.
So
There you go. So, yeah, I mean, most of you guys would have seen something like this before, with the exception of maybe Trip.
Unless they have Underdark Seas.
Well, there's the
What's the
Dark
code?
Lake, which is basically a sea, but not much in the way of boat travel.
Well, we've made it down to the docks. I don't know where to go from here. So let's, do some scooting and searching.
Malik, could maybe you ask someone, a passerby in Far Common, if we to show us the way?
What if we're not supposed to go there? Like, what if it's shady?
Should we fear the shadiness of a single alley in an entire shady city?
What if it makes the... What if it makes them, like, put us on a list?
What if
Uno momento. Thank you very much, Salasek, for that Twitch Prime sub. Let's get them L's up in chat for sub number 20, ladies and germs. And also, I am danger close to 3,000 followers, so we might even hit that tonight, y'all. And what a fine thing that would be. So, thank you very much, Salsec. I appreciate that support. And, of course, thank you for being here and being part of my community. So, I'm very sorry I know that I cut somebody off there. I just wanted to make sure I got that thanks out, because I'm, like, brain damage already, so... You guys were basically determining how you want to go about finding this Blackwash alley.
Malif has some good points that if it's an overly suspicious place, people asking about it would seem out of place.
So then how do you suggest we go about finding it?
Briefly split up, look around for 10-15 minutes, meet back here.
Sounds like a good
May I
plan.
suggest the directory?
That is an equally as good idea.
The directory?
There must be a directory.
Wouldn't hurt to check. I mean, where do the boats that come into the docks and where do they check in at?
An inn?
No, check in at.
I was born in a bog. Why are you guys asking me about...
Well, you're the
How
one who
to-
suggested it.
Because you suggested it.
I know, but why does the guy born in a bog have... No, never mind.
Aren't you like 800 years old?
I drive the car!
Now, calm down, Lord Maul. We must respect our elders. So, I mean, I like the idea of maybe splitting up. Getting the feel of the conversation. If we ask about it and people get reserved and kind of shy and, sheepishly back away from it, then we know it's something to be avoided.
Only problem is only one of us speaks far common.
That is a good point. I always forget about that.
Talk, how conspicuous are the group of us just standing around speaking another language? Hopefully it's
Not terribly. It's a
Okay.
dock, so there's
Good.
many kind of small clusters of people conversing among themselves, talking business, making deals, that
That's what
type
I
of
was
thing.
hoping for. I have no better ideas than splitting up and looking around.
And the best
Evelyn
idea...
immediately just starts walking down the docks.
Okay.
For signs? I don't know.
Well, there's signs, but they're written in far common.
Oh, that's true. I cast tongues on myself.
Can I
Wait, no,
look for
that's
a
not
directory
reading. Never mind, I don't do that.
of some sort, or a map, or a tourist booth that has little pamphlets.
No
of maps?
tourist booth, I'm afraid.
They need a tourism director.
Job opening.
Are there like city guards here?
Yeah, there's some around.
And they're all vampires, as we have seen so far.
They are all vampires.
I don't want to talk to them. Last time they took my money, and I don't have money. I don't know what they're going to take this time.
They took my money.
I got paid that for translating.
Okay, you're right. So how about you do your job and you come with me and we search for something?
Gonna ask a sailor where the closest inn or map of the city is.
And I will accompany my translator.
Well, there's inns within eyesight.
Oh,
Waterfront inn. It's quite a few.
What's the closest one's name?
Let's see. Ah, here we go. Let's see. The Drippy Wyvern.
What's the second closest one?
The Draftsman's Axe.
What's the third one's name?
The Third Keg.
Okay.
So
that one's the closest. Let's just go to that one. No point to the...
I'm gonna take them to the Drippy Wyvern.
Yeah.
Okay. You can all make insight checks as you approach the building. Garrett Reeves, Trip, and Serafina, you can all tell that although the crowd inside sounds crazy and uproarious, and there's just like a ton of noise erupting from the place, like you quickly kind of realize that you don't hear any sounds of like fighting.
That sounds like a positive thing. Everyone's just having a good time.
Yeah. I'll walk in and sit so we don't look like, I assume they serve drinks here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go up and get us all a round of drinks. Any requests?
Something light so we can keep our wits, but nothing to make us seem weak.
How about the house ale?
Done.
Any requests other than that for the ladies?
Ladies!
Water.
Water for the lady, alright.
I'm gonna look up at Nyloth.
I lost a lady.
I'm gonna look down at Thatch.
I want him here. Now.
I think you're included. Is Thatch included?
Of course.
Hey, you get a beer.
Well, I don't want it if it's bad. Like maybe they don't want slaves drinking in here.
The two of you can roll perception checks. Trip, you can look around and see that things seem a bit more lax down here near the docks. Not that you necessarily see slaves drinking, but there's definitely, demi-humans enjoying themselves. There's, a table of kobolds over in the corner, and table of goblins, and they're all drinking, just like normal patrons.
Who are they to say what we can feed our slaves?
I think you'll be fine, Thatch.
And I'm gonna walk up to the bar and get a round of the house ale.
Alright, everybody besides Joey, please roll perception.
Oh boy.
Oh, ammo coming in clutch.
I don't know, I did that twice.
It's okay. Serafina, so you guys walk in, this place is like packed. Like you're kind of like shoulder to shoulder. You notice like immediately, few seconds after Rubiathan walks over towards the bar, you see kind of a large table. The occupants kind of get up and slowly make their way out. So there's like basically an open table up for grabs if you want to try and get it. And not just be like standing amidst the meat.
Guys, table.
If she points it out like that, I'll immediately move over to it and plunk myself down.
I bet there's gonna be some asshole with bagpipes.
All right. So buckle roll initiative. Not bad. Not bad. All right. So, you get to the table and kind of like look back to see the rest of your party following you, and like right next to them, it looks like another group was going to try and grab the table, and they don't look like pissed. It's more just like, ah, damn.
Okay. Sucks to be them.
And if it makes
Sucks
any
to suck.
difference to you at all, you recognize them all to be human.
How are they dressed?
An interesting style that you're not familiar with, but if you had to guess, like, the amount of wealth that they might have or their importance, kind of mid-tier. So maybe merchants or something of the like. Or, you know, like, third-rate nobles, that type of shit.
How many of them are there?
Good question. There are 5.
Male, female.
All male.
Okay. I do not care, really. I just make note of them, but still take the table. Because fuck them, I was waiting.
Okay. Meanwhile, Rebiathan making his
Yeah.
way to the bar. Bartender comes over, says something to you that you don't understand. Roll insight.
Did kind of slip my mind.
He's probably asking you what you want to drink.
So I know like basic phrases. I feel like asking for ale might be one of those basic phrases of our comment that maybe I can try and say like 5 ales, 6 ales, 6 ales.
Just pick an intelligence skill that you're proficient in and roll that. If there is such a thing.
There is religion. That's it.
Alright, there you go. Alright, so not really a religion roll, but that's what I would have you roll. Intelligence plus proficiency.
Cool.
So yeah, you're pretty confident that you know the right phrase to get what it is that you want.
I'm gonna ask for 6 house ales.
Alright. He kind of like squints as you're speaking. Like, obviously you're not quite pronouncing it perfectly, but again, this is a major trading port. You would expect there might be other dialects that come through and things of that nature, so probably doesn't strike. Like, it's probably not that uncommon that, you know, you got a bunch of goddamn foreigners! Foreigners at table 12!
Sykes, who's Ellie's?
And I will
That's what he said.
see however much I owe him and finish the transaction.
Okay. How
Actually,
many was
does
it?
Does it look like they're actually bringing people on the at the tables ale? Like anybody?
You don't see any serving staff.
Okay, never mind then. I'll just wait and pay for it.
All right. How many did you order?
6.
Okay. 6 copper.
Okay. I'll give him a single gold piece and see if he immediately goes to get change.
He turns around and opens up a box and you hear coins shuffling around.
Cool.
All right, and he comes back with your change.
All right, I will take my change back and slide 1 silver on the bar top as like a tip.
All right. He thanks you with a nod, reaches over, grabs the silver, knocks it on the bar, and then reaches over his head and ding, rings it against the bell. Everybody in the bar takes a drink.
Huh. Okay.
And he flips it into a bucket behind the bar.
Well, then I will get my drinks and return back to the table.
All right.
And I'll pass one around to everyone at the table.
All right. So everybody's got a drink. Scruffles.
What?
That means you.
Yeah.
I push mine over towards Thatch.
I'm gonna grab it and start chugging it.
All right.
Is there a place where I can get, like, tobacco? I forgot that
Whoa.
everyone smokes.
Whoa.
And I need, like, a pipe for her. I don't know where to get one, though.
You probably don't want to buy a pipe down near the docks, just saying.
Okay.
I feel like Evelyn would kind of intrinsically feel that. Like, kind of down... it's a bit dingy and dirty down here, and you're kind of like, ugh. You'd kind of skeeve this place a bit.
Okay.
I mean, maybe not a total skeeve, but like 33.8% skeeve. So it's like a lower mid skeeve. You follow?
Yeah.
Alright, so Ewok, I need you to make a Constitution save. Oh yeah, you do yourself proud as far as chugging goes.
I want to let out a loud belch as soon as I put the tankard back down.
Let's see. Roll athletics. We'll see how your diaphragm control is. Oh yeah, you let out a large, like, catches like the right moment in the bar where everybody's quiet for like that split second, and then it's just you like,
Ooh, that's a big girl, and I pat Thatch on the back.
I'm just sit there very proud of myself.
The table of kobolds in the corner all lifts their mugs to you in salute and drinks.
I'll follow. I'll do the same.
All right.
It wouldn't be that weird for a kid to be drinking a vampire, right? Not a kid drinking a vampire. Oh my god, I'm tired.
I get what you're saying, and no, not necessarily. Okay. Like you
I
might get like
just,
the odd
stuck.
like initial look, but when people see the fangs, they'll be like, "Oh, I get it."
Okay, cool.
Because again, also vampires, it's not like a situation where if you eat regular food, it tastes like crap or anything like that. Like, it might taste more bland than it did while you were alive, but it's certainly something that you can still consume.
She's
So, like, you
not
could drink
really-
you could drink beer, but it might taste like watered down beer slightly.
Wait, do I actually have like the taste of a vampire
No,
right now?
you don't. But
Oh, okay. But ammo. Okay.
Seraphina does. For sure. Oh yeah, I have to sleep with my AC on, or I have a bad time. Too humid for all that mess.
I went to adjust my because they fixed it. Ninja fixed it a while ago, and I went to adjust the temperature on it the other day, and sparks flew out of the box.
Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, don't burn your house down, because that's way hotter than just not having AC.
Mm-hmm. So I've got a fan in front of a window AC, blowing the cold air out of that right now.
Then get yourself a styrofoam cooler, some PVC tubing, and some ice.
Yeah,
Makeshift air
I've seen
conditioner.
that. Yeah.
They work pretty well. I've used them before. I mean, if you've got the materials handy, it's like a super cheap way to have air conditioning. You just got to keep refilling it with ice. But anyway, sorry, tangent. Please continue. A vampire, a grey guard, another grey guard, another vampire, a drow, and a kobold walk into a bar.
They all say ow.
Like, ow.
I mentioned the kobold walks under it.
There's a lower one for him too.
Oh, okay. Also her? Just
Her.
you shut up.
Damn, Scruffles,
Who are you?
get corrected.
Got my DM screen on the bar top, on the table of the bar. Everyone got the character sheets.
I say, fuck this, I'm out, you're all nerds. Alright. I don't know why we're here. We were following Nylas' lead.
Translator, go find some information.
I'm gonna take Thatch over to the kobolds.
Okay.
And
Yep.
I'm like, go on. And like, patting on her back with two hands. Like
To
the
go over
proud
to the
parent.
other kobolds?
Yeah, like introduce yourself.
I don't speak their language.
It's fine, just wave, see if they speak your language.
I don't think they have a language of their own. I think they speak Goblin, but let me double check that. Let's see. Oh no, they speak Common and Draconic.
Yeah.
So if anybody speaks Draconic, they might be able to talk to the kobolds. They seem jovial enough.
Robiathan does.
He just left.
He sure did.
Do they know far common? I'll be like, hello.
He's in the
Far
bathroom right now.
Oh, yes, sorry. I thought that he was going to be taking the calls. I ran upstairs real quick.
Okay.
I heard does anybody speak Draconic, and I just bolted downstairs.
Wait, one second. Let's like retcon this a little bit. I'm gonna be like, Robiathan, why don't you take Thatch here over to meet the kobolds?
I will be delighted.
I don't
'Cause they
feel too
see-
good about this.
It's okay. Don't be scared.
Just like tell them she's mute, and just like make hand gestures towards Robiathan so they don't get suspicious you don't speak Draconic. Like pretend you're
I'm
making.
gonna get up. I'm gonna walk to the table of kobolds.
Okay.
I'll like shanty behind him a little bit.
All right. So, both
Like
of
that
you
new
roll.
kid in class look.
Both of you roll perception. All right. You can both tell, like way before you even get close to the table, like all of the kobolds at this table appear to be very, very physically fit. Like, just peak physical condition for a kobold.
Ooh, that's wonderful.
I'll approach. I'll be like, can I buy you all a round of drinks?
Heck yeah! Are you speaking in Draconic?
Draconic,
I
yeah.
take it? Okay. Heck yeah, you can! Yeah, more drinks!
I'll go up and get a round of drinks for my boys.
Alright. Another 6 copper.
Okay. And I'll come out and drop them on the table, one in front of each of them, and I'll just take a seat and motion to my small child-like looking friend, the Dannerflup, to sit as well. But
I'll sit and I'll like do the chest beat, like saying, trying to like, from me kind of thing.
Oh, would you like a drink?
I'll nod.
I'll hand I'll hand you a silver piece and say, you know how it is. Go get yourself a drink.
I'll walk up, see if I can buy a drink.
Do you speak Far Common?
No. I will. I'm not talking. I'm pointing to the what they're drinking, and then point to myself, and then put the coin down.
Okay. Comes back with a drink, hands it to you.
Give a thumbs up and walk back over to the table.
Alright.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, my name's Robiathan. My friends, they call me Robbie. I was wondering if I could ask you a question. Kind of looking for something.
Sure, my name's Booster.
Nice to meet you, Booster. What about your friends?
Well, my name is Booster. This is Scooter. Blaster. Hookjaw. Lazy Eye. And Ugly.
That is quite an assortment of names. I like it. Where are you from?
We come from an island. Off the northern shore.
It's interesting. Now, can I ask what brings you into town?
We're performers, can't you tell? And you look
I
around at
repeat.
them and you can kind of see like this flaking kind of grease paint coming off some of their faces, and their pants appear to be very, very garishly embroidered. Lots of bright colors.
I would have guessed nothing else. You all looked like you had some interesting things about you. Where could we possibly see you perform?
Well, you want to take a step outside? We can show you out in the street, but there's no fighting in here.
I would love to. But first, I have a quick question.
He waits.
oh shit, I can't remember the name of the place. I say
Blackwash Alley.
I'm looking for a Blackwash Alley. I don't know where it's at. Would you mind helping me out?
Oh yeah, that's easy. I've been there a million times. And he gives you detailed directions on how to get there, you know. It's kind of, you'd probably want to write it down.
Okay.
Because it's like, take 2 streets down, take a right, take a left, take the next left, take another right.
Are you saying I actually want to write it down out of character or in character?
I'm not going to give you, like, the actual directions.
I make sure to write it down.
What I'm saying is your character will probably want to write it down, because it's a lot to remember.
He writes it down. And thank you very much. That is incredibly helpful. Me and my friends would love to check out your performance.
I give a thumbs up again.
Yeah. By the way, if you're going down there, hold on to your purse strings.
I always do.
A lot of sticky fingers in that alley.
Would imagine, but it would be unwise to mess with someone as strong as me and my friends, as I'm sure you are very familiar with. You look pretty strong yourself.
Yeah, gotta be in our line of work.
Right, you do. So if you go wait outside, I will get my friends, and we will be out there in just a few moments. We have to pay a tab, and see you out there in just a few.
Let's hit it, boys! And they all start chugging their beers as you walk away.
All right, I return back to my table. They were just delightful. I found out where we need to go. I also told them we'd watch their performance. Their performance.
I knew you'd do a good job.
Thank you. So, I mean, we don't have to go see it, but I told them we'd check it out.
If the price for the information is to watch some kobolds perform, I think we can suffer through it.
It was a way to gain favor. They're waiting outside for us whenever we see fit.
Give my ale to Danderfluff.
I'll chug it.
All right.
Oh boy. That means Danderfluff had her own, had Nyloth's, had the second one, had Garrett's.
It's just your standard ale, though. Think you'd be able to handle it. Probably feeling gassy, if anything. A lot of carbonation. All right, so you guys all go outside and wait for the performance.
Yeah, and also make sure to let them know that he told me there were a lot of sticky fingers down there, so keep an eye on your valuables.
It's a good tip.
And I'll start heading outside.
All right. As you go outside, they are out there waiting, just kind of lined up casually next to the building. Everybody else follow suit? Or was there anything else you guys wanted to do in the tavern?
No.
I'm good.
And once we get out there and I see them all in the lineup, I'll be like, that one's Booster, that's Scooter, that's Blaster, that's Hookjaw, that's Lazy Eye, and that's Ugly.
And they all, kind of like do a different style of wave as you name them off and go down the line.
Good coordination.
Hey, like I said, it's part of the job. All right, boys, let's show them what we can do. And they very quickly pair off into duos and begin to engage in what you and I would all recognize as lucha libre style wrestling.
Yes.
They are
I'm
kobold
I knew it.
luchadors.
I am cheering. I'm enthusiastic about this.
So you said the face paint thing.
And what they're doing is very impressive. Like, you can tell that they're not really hurting each other, but, like, the physical strength required to coordinate these things nonetheless is impressive.
Do they have like a story or plot line to their performance?
No, this is just like a quick, exhibition.
Okay.
They don't have like a stage or a ring, so they're kind of just doing some basic grappling, and you see one of them pull off like a Hurricane Rana.
Well, I will continue to watch enthusiastically.
All right, it goes on for several minutes until they all kind of reach a point where they feel that they've shown off their moves, and they reline up and join hands, do the joint take a bow, and just kind of stand there hanging out.
I'll walk up and to the one I initially spoke to, Booster, I'll give him a gold piece. That was a wonderful performance. Please take this for your time.
Your kindness is appreciated. Takes it,
Your
kisses
entertainment
it,
is
slips it into his vest.
It's also very suspicious in the city.
But with that, we unfortunately have business to tend to. I wish you the best of luck. What do you call yourselves?
Well, we actually don't have a name yet. We were kind of working on that, spitballing a few ideas.
Well, I look forward to seeing flyers with your faces on it.
They in unison cheer.
and I'll give him a handshake, and then walk away.
Says, Scooter turns to the rest and says, "All right, fitness first, let's go." And snaps his fingers, points down the road, and they all just in a line take off jogging. Scooter in the back, counting off the steps.
As I said, delightful.
And they disappear into the distance.
Can you do that, Thatch?
I give a shrug.
It's a different, like, you've probably engaged in, like, some basic wrestling maneuver, like basic grappling and stuff like that.
Well, I got the
some
feet,
degree.
so I figured I'd be good
Oh,
at
yeah,
grappling.
yeah. So it's, you recognize it for a style of grappling, for sure. But it's, like, much more acrobatic than what you're used to.
I give like the wavy hand, yes, no, kind of.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think you could beat all four of them, and I fist bump her shoulder.
Oh, that was probably exactly what Danderfluff needed to hear. But I will show them where we have to go.
Yeah, we should probably be moving on now.
Yeah. And with my carefully written down directions, I will lead the way.
Okay. So you begin to take off down the streets. You have your carefully written instructions, and they lead you directly to what must be Blackwash Alley, which leads down a certain, we'll say, let's see, about 90 feet, and then it kind of just ends in a dead end.
Well, now they said the end of Blackwash Alley, so shall we proceed?
I pull my shield off my shoulder, and I just kind of loosen my hammer. I don't pull it out because I don't look suspicious, but I'm not going in and defend it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of get my axe ready to be wielded, if need be.
Buckle, make a perception check. Woman's voice kind of startles you from behind. She's like almost right behind you. She says, "Hey there, big fella."
Alright, I spin around.
Or she's speaking in far common. I don't know if you understand
I don't.
it. So
I don't. But I would spin around toward the voice anyway if it's right behind me.
all right. I'll let you roll an insight. Try and figure out what she's getting at. It takes you a minute. Like, she's laying it on thick, and you're kind of like nodding and listening to what she's saying. And it's not until she like starts putting her hands on your, like, the breastplate of your armor and like slinking up next to you that you realize,
No,
oh,
thank you.
we're
Thank
standing
you.
in front of a brothel, and she's pulling the looking for a date, honey.
And no, thank you. We might be down the wrong alley. You just stay right there.
Slides away from the camera. Nice.
I step in between them and say, Lord Ma is not interested in being propositioned at this time. I'm sorry, you're beautiful, but please move along.
Whatever, his loss.
She's looking for a knight in shining armor.
Yes, she is. But please move along.
Maybe you could save her.
I'm not interested. Right now, we have tasks to achieve.
Okay. And aside from rats scurrying about, you see only one other figure in the alley, who appears to be someone destitute and sick. Leaned up against a wall, coughing. Just...
I'll walk up and put 1 point of lay on hands on him.
Okay.
You're so fucked.
Joey, make a perception check.
You just killed the engineer.
Okay. You reach over, touch him on the shoulder, put your 1 point of lay on hands in, and immediately, like, you hear, like, he's mid-cough when this happens, and it's just... Oh.
I
Thank
panicked, start looking around. Sorry to interrupt.
He
but
kind of reaches up and grabs his head. Oh. Thank you, Joseph.
I beg your pardon.
What?
You've always been my favorite, Joseph. And he turns around and looks at you, and he's got this red sheen over his eyes.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Make an insight
Hey,
roll.
that's like Garrett's dad.
You have no idea what he's on about. He's not making any sense to you at all.
How close are we to the end of the alley?
You're about midway down.
I say, well, shall we move along, my friends?
We lucked out with him being addled in the brain. Hopefully.
Let's
We
move
can
along.
not use our abilities. Not here.
I'm sorry, it slipped my mind for a moment. It won't happen again, Lord.
Wait,
Long.
wait,
I just
wait,
look
wait.
so sick and destitute, I could not leave someone like that.
It was
What
my
if he's
first...
infected now?
It's difficult to infect one such as Resteros and I.
I stand back 11 feet from the homeless guy.
And he's continuing to kind of just talk gibberish. You guys aren't able to make any sense of it. I mean, well, if you don't know Far Common, or, you know, if you know Far Common, or at least a little bit of it, what words you are picking up just don't even make any sense in context.
Okay, well, let's proceed to the end of the alley. I'll start walking.
Okay. And Buckle, you definitely recognize the symptoms of Devil's Veil, having closely spent time with someone afflicted.
Yeah, Trip nailed it.
Indeed he did.
That's interesting to know, though, that it's affecting here as well.
Alright, so you make your way down to the end of the alley, which just ends in a wall, looks like. Roll
I'm gonna touch the
intelligence
wall.
saves.
What save?
Intelligence.
Yep, that's definitely a wall. It's absolutely not an illusion. It's just a fucking wall.
Seraphina, Rabiathan, you know that it's an illusory wall. Though you can't see what lies beyond it.
No, hold on, be careful, Lady Sarah. I believe
You can
this
kind
to
of
be...
see the telltale shimmer of illusion magic, once recognized, but instead of being transparent to your vision, it persists.
Oh. So they cast it at like a 10th level.
Or it's just a different type of magic.
Bomb's a different type of magic.
It would appear to me as if this is a wall of the illusory sort. Let me investigate it. And if I get confirmation that that's cool, then I'm gonna very carefully just sort of poke my head through.
Okay.
Or try to.
As soon as he does that, I think that dispels it for the rest of us as well, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, once you see somebody move through it, you know that it's illusory.
Yep.
Alright, so you poke your head through, and what type of vision do you have?
Dark vision.
You sure about that?
No, I'm checking.
Yeah,
Normal vision.
Dragonborn don't get it.
Yeah,
I
normal
have
vision.
it.
Okay, so you poke your head through, and in the very center of this roughly 30 by 30 foot room, you see two candelabras astride a stool upon which sits, as far as you can tell, a human man.
Good evening.
Come in, you're late.
I'll just kind of lean back a little bit and say, "There's someone in there." He says, "Come in, you're late." And I'll take a few steps forward.
No, you're Robbie.
I'll walk to the wall.
Oh, wait.
Alright.
That's the whole point of having cannon fodder.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'll walk through as well.
Everybody follow suit?
I will do the covering my biddies and walk through.
Thatch, wait. We need to do the thing we do when we walk through portals together.
Too late.
Oh.
Yeah, we all walk in.
Alright. He motions you all to step closer.
I'll step closer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get any closer.
Neither do I.
He says, Nyloth, Reeves, don't be shy. There's no time for that.
You seem to have us at a disadvantage.
And his name is Lord Maw, and his name is Rash.
Right.
And
And
you
what
are.
is your name?
Hadris. The engineer
You
sent
know
me to
Had-
meet you.
Do you know this man?
Nope.
No, we know the engineer. How could you prove you're from the engineer?
He kind of just shrugs. You tell me.
The
Though I'd
engineer
like-
gave me something.
He says, though I'd like to point out the obvious. You're standing in close proximity to an illusory wall. And anybody that hears a voice emanating through it is going to get real curious. So please, come forward.
With a backward glance over my shoulder, I'll step in a few feet more.
Alright. And he appears to be a very handsome, very finely dressed gentleman. He's wearing round spectacles. His head is shaven bald, so it's got like that shine to it. And he's wearing like a very long coat. Like, picture like a Revolutionary War general style coat. Like one of those. I forget the actual name of it, but got several rings on his fingers, a few other kind of brooches and items that could be magical in nature.
Alright, you've got us here. What does the engineer want?
All right, everyone. This is going to take some time, so have a seat. He snaps his fingers, and behind each of you poof, 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 appears just a simple wooden stool.
I'll sit down.
Yeah, take a seat.
Thank you.
I sit down as well.
Sure, yeah.
Suppose.
All right. So, first things first. The engineer, as you might fear, is not dead. Of this I can assure you. I've spoken to him recently. As I said, he is the one who sent me here. His phylactery was not destroyed, and so he lives, albeit in a very fragile state at the moment. Another thing you may or may not have heard. There is a group of rebels fighting against Jaga's empires. Or, I'm sorry, not empires, but empire. And I have set a meeting between you and them, as I am sure that you will find each other invaluable in the situation that we all find ourselves in. He'll also give you guys an update about everything that's been happening on the Sword Coast and further reinforce that.
My name's Rebiathan. It's a pleasure to meet you.
As I said before, my name is Hadris Benanov.
I know, I just forgot to say my name.
It's quite alright. You I don't know, but you're with them, I trust them. So, there's a place north of here. And he kind of catches himself, slows himself down, says, alright, well, how much of the geography do you know?
Not much more beyond the city itself, and scattered bits just outside of it.
Okay. So he'll snap his fingers, poof. Just a piece of chalk appears in his hand, and he kind of begins to make just like rudimentary drawings of like where the immediate surroundings, and branches out. It says, all right, this is where we are now. Points out Care Nightshade to you, so you can see that's just beyond a range of mountains and foothills to the north. And beyond those mountains is the country of Loveria. I will spell that for you. Lovirya. Loveria is the second largest kingdom of the empire, and is also referred to as the Central Heartlands. It provides the main agricultural support to the empire, and is ruled over by various lords and ladies with their own, little fiefdoms. Whatever. They kind of establish their own, and in some cases, interesting titles for themselves. So there's like a whole smattering of dukes and barons and viceroys and... Alright, so further north, along that mountain range, so it'll make more sense once I have the map done, but northwest of Care Nightshade, up in those mountains, is a place where he is sending you, or rather directing you to go to rendezvous with some of these rebel forces. This place is called Juro's Rest. That's Juro apostrophe S. Separate word, rest. And he says, once you get to Juro's Rest, you'll be in the clear. Place has been abandoned for centuries. And since he's rambling, he's also going to mention another city called Ambervale Hold, which is the largest city in Loveria and primary trading hub. He looks around. I'm sure you have some questions for me.
Yeah, I have a question. I spoke with somebody outside, and he was speaking to someone named Joseph. Does that ring a bell to you?
It's a common name. He kind of shrugs.
Fair enough. That's not my only question. Let's rendezvous with the others.
Who is the leader of the rebel party that we'll be meeting?
That is a good question.
What's the his or her name?
And he kind of sighs and rolls his eyes. The Phantasm. I didn't pick it. They all use code names.
That's alright. We're using code names here as well.
Better than Taserface.
How will we know them when we see them? Should we just assume that anyone in Juro's Rest is a friendly? Or what risks along the way should we be prepared to face?
Like, along the way there's all kinds of things that could go wrong. You're traveling across enemy country. But as far as Juro's Rest itself, it should be abandoned. He said it's been abandoned for centuries. So if you do encounter anyone else there, they're likely the people that you're looking for. And if
Why
they're
has it
not,
been
that would be a hell of a coincidence.
Unless, of course, there's an informant along the way telling people where we or the rebels will be. In which case, it's not a coincidence, it's a death trap.
If you see a large force, then obviously it's not them.
When's the
Why is
planned
it
meeting
abandoned?
time? Sorry, go ahead.
Why is it abandoned?
Tales from the distant past tell of a reclusive group of settlers who vanished overnight. Conventional wisdom would lead one to reason being neighbor to a nation of vampires would explain their sudden disappearance, though no bodies were ever discovered, and even to this day, every once in a while travelers go missing amidst the crags and cliffs at the foot of the Syverix Mountains. I will just copy pasta that. I put it in Roll20. And he basically tells you that, like, because people go missing there fairly often, or in that, basically along, up in that area of the mountains, you know, on the rare occasions that somebody actually goes up there, if they go missing, that kind of, like, makes people think that the place is cursed.
Okay.
But as to who Juro is, it's one of those things that maybe somebody knew at some point and got lost to history.
Especially when all the citizens disappear overnight.
Right. But again, that was ancient history, basically.
Sure.
So, I have a question. How long will it take us to get from here to there?
He shrugs, says, well, what's your method of transportation?
Walking, I would imagine.
Several weeks, at the least. The weather is in your favor, which it usually isn't.
Well, I have a steed, but I have not been able to use it since I've been here. So,
Would it be worth our time to acquire mounts?
I would.
All right. And if we're traveling by mount, how many provisions should we acquire? Several weeks by foot. Still probably at least a week by horseback.
Conservatively, we'll say a week. You know, he breaks it to, like, 6 to 9 days, depending on weather and other events. But as far as how to get there, it's a pretty straight shot. You go to Care Nightshade, and then northwest of there, just kind of follow the mountains and the hills up into the mountains, rather.
I have no more questions.
My only other question is, when's the planned meet? Or are they just waiting on us to arrive?
Somebody will be waiting there for your arrival. They kind of frequently use that as like a makeshift camp area, because they know they kind of rely on the rumor about it being cursed to keep people away, and kind of like use that to their advantage. What up, Swish? All is well, thank you very much. Any other questions? And he looks around at the
That's
group.
all I've got.
Will we have to leave right away?
He shakes his head no.
You wouldn't happen to have any information on an Annabelle Toulon, would you?
He kind of scratches his head for a second. Oh yeah. The engineer told me that you were looking for your aunt, is that right?
Yes.
And where do you believe her to be?
Grab my notes. she I believe she's currently the handmaiden to Ploktra. She's being held as a slave.
Well, that's going to be tough. You kind of have two options. You can try and make contact with her at the Temple of Leviatar, which is where you just were. Or you can try and figure out a way to get up onto the noble tier.
How would you gain access to that tier?
By being noble. Or being damn good at pretending.
Well, I'm good at pretending. What? Look at Garrett. Look.
He explains to you that in that situation, if you're going to disguise yourself, you have to disguise yourself as somebody else who lives up on that terrace.
Mm.
Because there's so few of them that the guards know them all.
Right.
You know, you're talking about maybe 40, 50 individuals tops that live up there. Not including, slaves and other servants.
How often is Ploktra at the temple, or at least publicly at the temple?
Daily, though never publicly. That's well below her purview. There's other lesser clerics to handle that. He advises that if you are looking for her, you're gonna have to infiltrate the temple. That would be actually safer than trying to get up into the palaces.
That's what I was thinking too. Getting into the temple and finding some way to see Ploktra. Who sees Ploktra?
Whoever she wants to see, basically.
Fuck. Well, Evelyn doesn't really have any qualms about taking in a sacrifice, but I know Garrett's probably not going to do it. I don't know what Leviathan alignment is.
His alignment is Garrett Reeves.
I kind of keep my eyes like down to the ground, and I'm like, before I leave, I'm going into that temple.
I hold Thatch tight.
You know the cost of going in there.
You do?
I mean, do you though? I mean, you have to sacrifice someone.
I have to find her.
Why is the life of your aunt worth more than that of a slave?
I just glare at Garrett. She's my aunt.
And the slaves
She's family.
aren't mothers and fathers,
Oh, they'd
sons and daughters?
probably die anyway.
Your aunt will probably die
There are worse
anyway.
fates for them.
There's worse fates for your aunt.
He says, perhaps there is another way.
We look up. Mm-hmm.
Now, most of the arcane protections lie further in the structure.
Arcane protections?
Traps and such.
Yeah, just the arcane is striking.
Well, using that term loosely. Magical protections. Could be divine magic, could be arcane magic. You don't really know. But basically what he says is, if there were a way that you could all sneak in there, maybe invisibility, something of that nature, and manage to sneak into kind of the entrance area where everyone is expected to make their sacrifices, wait for someone to do so, and then kind of follow them through the door when it opens. That way you could circumvent the necessity of having to sacrifice someone, but also has its own risks.
I could get 2 people in. Oh, I look down at Clementine and... Well, I guess I could... Because I have 2 second level spell. Oh, 3. I can get 3 people in. If nobody else is willing to go with me, then
I
me
will
and Clementine
go
will
with
go.
you, but I will not sacrifice anyone.
What's the plan once you get in there? Simply to confirm she's alive? There's no way to get her out. Not from
Yes,
the
it's
temple.
simple reconnaissance at this point.
So why not just wait outside and watch the people who go in and out? Surely she'd be seen. At least try that before you put yourself at greater risk.
Hadris actually shakes his head no as you say this.
Why no?
You don't think the High Cleric just uses the front door, do you?
Clearly I'm not thinking broadly enough.
She teleports in.
Of course she does. Just why would our life be easy?
Well, he'll kind of explain that along with the worship of Leviatar comes a certain degree of necessary arrogance. So as much as it would be blasphemous to allow mere commoners to look upon her because she's so beautiful type of thing.
Oh, oh.
She sounds like a bitch.
She does sound like a bitch.
Isn't Leviathan huge, though?
Like
pretty big.
D&D huge?
Yeah.
No.
No, sorry. I meant, like, he's
6'8".
yeah, he's pretty big. I mean, if we're planning on sneaking in, if I'm to cast invisibility on someone, perhaps somebody confident in being stealthy?
I don't think that's any of us.
Yeah, I was trying to think, like,
Adris
maybe
kind of
Seraphina?
raises a finger and says, "Perhaps I can offer some more assistance." And he walks over to Garrett Reeves, pulls
Oh,
from
God.
his belt what you recognize as a bag of holding. You've seen
Oh,
them
God.
before. Reaches
I have to
in
put my arm
and
in
pulls out a red velvet pouch and offers it to you.
I take it hesitantly.
As soon as you grab it, you realize it's full of coins. Moves to Leviathan, same thing, hands you a red velvet bag, and down the line. Hands each of you a sack of coins.
So now what is this?
That
Vibes?
is exactly 50 gold. Spend it wisely.
So rich now.
If you want to go the route of invisibility, I suggest you buy potions. As many as
Now
you
please
can.
have another 50 gold.
No.
Thought I'd ask.
Potions, I don't follow.
He's assuming that you would all be accompanying me, but don't worry, I'm not expecting that.
Nor can we even physically do that.
Well, you know what they say, where there's a will, there's a way.
We know where she is. We know we can't get her out now. I'm not sure the purpose of charging into the temple.
Not charging.
But you take my meaning, right?
Yes, I want to see her. I want to make sure. Maybe she has a plan. She's fairly smart.
When you get inside,
me.
what then?
Oh, I'm hoping to be able to speak to her. I don't know how. I don't know if it's possible. If I can't, I'll just leave. If it's too dangerous, I won't do anything reckless.
Are you sure?
Purely a reconnaissance mission.
What if you're tempted? When you get in there, you might see your aunt and perhaps get a bit more brazen.
Adris says, if you're planning on going in, I would not do so alone.
If it's merely for reconnaissance.
Even reconnaissance, she's going to have to make her way pretty much through the entire temple to get anywhere close to where she might see her at. No, she's not going to be in the lower levels.
If we're not sacrificing a slave, I'll come with you.
And as I already stated previously, my axe is yours as well.
I don't know that we'll be able to bring those.
Well, it's a metaphor.
No, I'm just thinking...
Oh, that's true. You're gonna have to leave everything back up.
You can make a religion roll.
Yes, please.
At the very least, I know I can't take my hammer.
You wouldn't necessarily expect it to be a problem.
Really?
She is the goddess of pain.
Sure, but isn't my hammer, like, blessed by Tyr or some shit, and I don't know all the things, but that's what, Franco intimated?
Could be. It's a definite possibility that could trigger some alarms.
Well, I mean, we might not be hassled if we bring our weapons. On the other hand, better safe than sorry.
Maybe we should meet with the rebels first.
That could be weeks, though.
It could be.
Something tells me that a young lady isn't gonna be wanting to wait weeks.
No, I don't think so either.
You're both very smart.
By the way, are you mentioning your hammer conundrum out loud? Or are you just kind of musing?
I said in character I don't think I'd be able to bring my hammer with me.
Hadris reaches into his backpack, pulls out what appears to be a black handkerchief, lays it on the ground, and then shows you as he reaches into it. It is a portable hole. Lifts it back up, hands it to you, Garrett.
That just lets me... Okay. Alright.
Do
That's
you want
gonna
me
be...
to hold on to that?
No. I do not. Okay. I'll take it. That's gonna be super fucking powerful. Are we really doing this? We're really entering the Temple of Leviatar.
Yes, we are.
You are.
Clap, 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 clap.
Well then, we may as well delay no longer. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can meet with our contacts in the mountains.
I agree.
Excellent. Thank you all.
Well, as I said before, I suggest you formulate a plan. But if there's nothing else, he looks at some type of chronometer on his wrist.
Chronometer on his wrist.
Some chronomatrix.
Could we have a map of the temple?
Using it.
Map of the temple? I'm afraid I don't have, young lady.
All right. Suppose we'll just wing it then.
What about those fancy flying message delivering type insects?
What about them?
Can we get some of those?
Not mine.
Can you put in a request?
Yeah, I'll get right on that. You can roll
Thank you, I
insight.
appreciate it.
You can roll insight, Joey.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's gonna do it.
Excellent.
You believe him.
Sure do.
All right. So he says, all right, well, if there's nothing else, and looks around to the party. All right. I bid you all farewell.
A good day to you.
He barks out some arcane phrases and a flash of light vanishes.
He was worried about people hearing him through the wall, and then he turns into a giant flash of light.
Magic casters are so strange.
I mean, I yell some words and turn into random things.
His method of spellcasting is nothing that any of you are familiar with. Actually, Seraphina and Garrett roll history, if you'd like.
Roll
If
to
you
get
would
more
care
information?
to.
Why wouldn't I do that?
Okay. You watch the way he moves his hands and the phrases that he utters, and it reminds you of Bennett Hornsweely.
How bad?
So you think maybe he's a warlock?
It is possible that he is a warlock.
Bennett of House Hornsweely.
Uh,
I don't have fond memories of that kid.
I have no memories of him.
We
He
do
made
not.
us good food.
Their house words are what, like, we do not shave. Or no, we. What's the word? When you get rid of hair, what's the word for that?
Shave?
Well,
Wax?
no, there's like a fancy word for it. It's not electrolysis, but what does electrolysis do?
Is it epilation?
Maybe. I don't. It's one of those type of weird fucking words that I don't need to know because.
Yeah, epilation, the removal of hair by the roots. Is
Yeah.
that what you were thinking, maybe?
we do not
it's
epilate.
when they, like, zap the hair off.
Sounds right.
All right. So
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
now is the time for you guys to plan out your course of actions. So, I will give you some obvious information that at least would occur to your characters if they do not occur to you as players. Typically speaking, in any type of temple structure, the headest honcho, the highest priest, the biggest swinging dick is usually either on the top floor or located in some type of central protected area. Given that you've already seen the structure from the outside, you would expect that it's going to be somewhere up near the top. And generally how you've seen kind of the layout of the city, height kind of denotes power. So one would reason that if you are looking for Platra and her handmaidens, you're not going to find her on any of the lower floors. You're going to want to get up to the top levels. Which, of course, is also going to come with its own set of dangers. You know at the very least you're going to run into plenty of clerics of Leviatar. Go ahead, Emma.
How do we get everyone inside?
Invisibility potions.
That's only we're gonna be able to find potions of those. Remember that we need to buy horses as well.
And we need to buy. Yeah. Yeah.
At least one person can fit inside the hole for 10 minutes. Any more than that, we're gonna run out of air and time pretty quickly.
I could put Clementine in there.
That takes care of one.
I'm sure Clementine could go inside as well.
I'm pretty good at holding my breath, and as you mentioned earlier, I am quite big, so maybe it's for the best.
What type of dragonborn are you?
Black Dragonborn?
Okay. Yeah, I would kind of give you a better chance at holding your breath because black dragons they're generally native to swampy areas. I would say even though you're dragonborn and not, an actual black dragon, maybe you got a little bit better lung capacity than say a white dragon or something.
I've got the lungs and constitutional fortitude of my dragon brethren.
So you're pretty confident that you could probably hold your breath for what's your constitution modifier?
13.
Okay, so yeah, you're like, oh, I could easily hold my breath for 10, 15 minutes, which of course isn't true, but maybe.
So I volunteer. I will go in the hole. I can probably hold my breath for about 15 minutes.
Let's make sure to get you out before 10.
I don't need
Yes.
to breathe.
Oh yeah. Stick ammo in the hole.
That is a good point.
Seraphina in her current condition may provide us some legitimacy if we're caught.
Good point.
But I'm not helping.
Good point.
I don't want to go in the hole.
Then why did you say anything?
I wasn't saying for you to go in the hole, I was saying for you to stay out of the hole. If we're caught, we're
Because
just
I'm
following.
evil.
I don't understand.
I think we're all confused.
Leviathan's going to go in the hole.
Okay.
By choice, I would like to just make that clear. And also necessity.
I have 3 invisibility spells.
That leaves.
Who
Dander
wants to
Fluff.
keep me company?
Clementine can
Nylos.
go in the hole as well with Leviathan, right?
Nyloth, what can you change into?
He's our trainer.
Oh, I'm not going in the temple.
Oh.
I said that like 10 minutes ago and everyone just ignored me. And then back when you were going in the temple, I still wasn't going in the temple. I'm not going in that temple or any temple.
That makes our entrance and exit easier, but we will miss having your skills with us.
That's no place for us.
We go to plenty of places that
It's in our
aren't really
fort.
for us.
It's
What up,
a
Benton?
fortress in a city full of vampires where everyone wants to kill us.
No
what
balls.
else is new?
It's true. It is true. But think of the
A
information.
voice from the sky says, "No balls."
That's fine.
We were here for information, and Annabelle could have untold amounts of it.
Trip as one DM to
Or-
another. The temple is a dungeon crawl. So if you're not going to join them, you're basically going to be sitting there doing nothing for probably several sessions.
Or her aunt sees her and is like, "That's my niece!" And ta-da! You're all dead.
Evelyn, is your aunt psychotic by any means?
No, she's not a fucking moron, Nyloth.
They could have brainwashed her and have mind control spells on her.
She could be brainwashed and have mind control spells on her.
I will go in alone if I have to. Just like looking at the sky, exasperated.
Well, excuse us for trying to make a plan for this. I mean,
This is a big endeavor, and it's very dangerous, and it could sabotage everything we've worked so hard for. We just have to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
As your dungeon master, I suggest you take as much time as you need to plan your moves. Think of everything that could go wrong, and then think of ways to get around it. Because chances are that something is going to go wrong.
Especially to this party.
it'll be the first big undertaking without Mickey.
Who?
It was out of character. I said.
He is wiped from the records. We do not speak that name.
That's another mark.
My notes say removed the Mickey problem permanently, all caps, underlined twice.
Aw.
The Mickey problem.
The Mickey problem. That's in quotes too.
Or the Mickey conundrum. I like that. Right.
All right, so here, let me go through and kind of give you guys each an in, and maybe that'll help you guys formulate a better plan. All right, so we'll start with you, Ammo. What do you have going for you? A, you're a vampire. B, you're a cleric of an evil deity. A pretty high-ranking evil deity, I might add. In fact, hold on a goddamn second.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, you would know that, like, anywhere else in the world, your deity would actually rank hers, but here they're kind of... The popularity of them has kind of flip-flopped, so Leviatar here is much more prevalent than Asmodeus, but Asmodeus still has a strong presence. Generally speaking. So you've got that going for you. On top of that, you're a cleric, so you'd probably have a bit of insight as to finding out the best possible route. Like, basically the path of least resistance, right? Like, if they have, like, some grand chapel where there's going to be ceremonies going on, like, you're going to want to probably avoid walking through there and facing all that scrutiny, when you can kind of take, like, back ways, you know, use the servants' chambers and that type of thing. So you'd have a bit of insight just being a cleric and understanding the layout of temples. That would kind of also apply to you, Buckle, and you, Joey, because you're paladins. So you two would also have a bit of insight on that. Maybe not quite as much, but same kind of wheelhouse. So, Garrett, you're the tank, say no more. If things go bad, it's gonna be on you to make them unbad or as least bad as possible.
With my face.
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
Evelyn, you require no additional reason to want to get in there. But you do also have charm spells and things like that at your disposal.
Mm-hmm.
Which you know aren't going to work on vampires, but could
Did not
still
know
come
that,
in
but
handy.
that's good to know.
You've spent enough time with Seraphina as a vampire, I'll tell you that you're not charming a vampire.
Okay.
In fact, the opposite is likely to occur. It is more likely that they will charm you than you will charm them.
Gotcha.
But you also know your aunt's voice. So if by chance she happens to be performing even kind of casually, you know, singing to herself as while doing her handmaiden duties, you would recognize that, and you know, that's something nobody else in the party can do.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the ability to recognize the objective.
Yeah.
Joey, you're off tank.
Yeah, I'm Garrett's auxiliary tank.
And potential sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, which,
If
you know,
the shit hits the
let's hope
fan.
it doesn't come to that, because
Right. Nyloth, you're a druid. You are top tier infiltrator because you can turn into small insects and things like that. And
I cannot turn into small insects. I have no small insects on my list.
dude, I'm gonna house rule that if you can turn into a giant spider, you can turn into a regular spider.
Okay. Because you made the list.
Oh, I know. I would say that you would be able to transform into a regular spider. Because that's part of the fun of being a druid. And also, you've learned some other animal shapes, like common animals, by now that you've added to your list. That even though they might fly and you can't, you can still turn into them. So, you've kind of got, like, the best method of disguise, really, because people see an animal, they just expect it to be an animal, right? You know what I mean? It's not the prevailing wisdom to be like, look, a spider, we should check and see if it's a druid in disguise. Like, that never happens, even though I guess probably it should. Meta, it probably should. Like, company of druid exterminators. Sorry, I'll see myself out. Anyway,
we're Druid Circle of the Poison Gas. Yeah.
and once you get into the actual temple, Ewok, unfortunately, you're gonna find yourself at a bigger disadvantage. Because why is a slave here? Which you could find ways to explain around, but that's kind of up to you guys. All things being equal, you would stick out the most. Unless Buckle's wielding his hammer around, in which case, soup's on, boys.
That will be in the hole with Leviathan.
If we had a bag of holding, I could get a straw and try and get inside of it.
Actually, that's a good reminder that Leviathan has a bag of holding, does he not?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Well, why don't you pass that off to someone else before we create a random portal to the astral plane?
Can that happen?
Yes.
Well, before I go in the hole, I'll make sure to give that up.
But does Garrett know that?
Well, yeah, let's find out.
I know Buckle knows that, but does Garrett know that?
He's mentioned the bag of holding before.
If you're gonna make me roll to see if we open a random portal to the astral plane, have at it. Otherwise, I thought I was a seasoned adventurer, but I guess not.
Well, I mean, like having detailed knowledge of magic items, that's kind of obscure knowledge for a bag of holding or things like that, but it's also something that does happen, so I'll say roll a d100. Yep. I gave you 75% chance that you would know that, so. I'm just saying because you're a paladin, there's a chance that you didn't. If you were like a wizard, I would just be like, yeah, that's kind of a gimme. That's kind of like Wizarding 101. Like, they teach you that shit. Like, don't do this.
That works.
Right, so that's something that can happen? Ooh.
It can.
Well, I will make sure to give up my bag of holding before I go into the portable holding.
Yeah, I wasn't having him roll to recognize the bag of holding. It was rolling to know that if you place a bag of holding inside another extra-dimensional space, it creates a rift to the astral plane. And sucks basically everybody close by into it. Kind of like Van Helsing getting sucked into limbo in Monster Squad. That's how I picture it. Phoebe!
Kick him in the nuts!
Bye! So yeah, talk amongst yourselves, figure out what you're gonna do.
Okay, so Clementine, Leviathan, and potentially Nyloth in spider form will all be in the hole?
Well, as a spider, couldn't he just
As a spider?
grab
Oh,
hold of one of us?
I suppose.
Who is the least afraid of spiders?
He would just be like a floating spider. Because, like, as we're walking in, he's gonna...
I suppose we should ask Nyloth, are you okay with this arrangement?
Nope.
That is why I asked. We're just assuming that he's gonna want to turn into a spider and enter the temple. I don't think he's going to.
You know when they have really low level zones next to really high level zones?
No.
That's what I get from this.
I said I didn't know. I still don't get it.
That's not in character.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know. I get what you mean. I know what you're saying out of character. And I may or may not agree with you.
But also
You're
keep
just-
in mind I would never present you with an impossible task.
Well, if we made the choice to go into, like, the devil's lair, that's on us, not you.
True, but
I'll
I mean,
own whatever
it's-
happens from the decision.
it's also a character tie-in for Scruffle's character, so...
So, Nyloth, so Rash, sorry. What are you going to be doing during this whole thing? You're not going in the hole, you said. You're not going in the temple. What is your role here?
Moving the slaves to the meetup point.
Look, you are a useful adversary on the battlefield. You're also our translator.
I mean,
Force
I
him to
can
go.
pay him back now. I have 50 gold.
But was it ever really about the gold?
Well, yes, it was always about the gold.
That kind of hurts my feelings a little bit. I'll leave the decision up to you all again. Traveling with you, not you with me.
It's up to him. If he doesn't want to come, we can't force him. We should get through as much as possible by stealth and guile before we resort to any kind of brute force. But when an inevitably turns to brute force, we'll have to kill any witnesses.
Let's just focus on getting in. There's 5 of us now. I have 3 invisibility spells. Leviathan will be in the hole with Clementine. So we just need to find 1 invisibility potion.
Seraphina does have bat form, as distasteful as it is.
Well, I mean, in a city full of vampires, I might probably be recognized as a vampire, considering we can all do that.
Well, and this is
Then-
all assuming that you're all opposed to sacrificing someone.
Which we have established we are.
Garrett
I
won't
mean,
let
I don't
us.
care.
Ammo don't care.
I don't care either, but Garrett won't let us. Party pooper.
Think of it this way.
It'd be cheaper than an
Sacrifice
invisibility potion.
1 life, or potentially sacrifice a hell of a lot more if we get caught, or just our own in general, because we could probably find easier ways of obtaining information rather than risking a lot trying to find 1 person.
And also, you evil, so you don't have to justify shit.
I mean, I think I just made a pretty good argument.
I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I'm on board.
But, you know,
If I had my druthers, we wouldn't go in at all. But
We're already meeting you halfway. While respecting what I believe to be a somewhat foolish mission. And in return, you're not sacrificing anyone to save your own lives.
Also, DM suggestion, have somebody write down the game plan. Hey, Buckle, remember that alligator trap and how that worked so well?
that's
We need a
because Trip
detailed
was
drawing.
clever and I rolled a 20. That's the only reason that worked.
Yeah, but the illustration helped.
and we have it forever now. And
Yep.
should still be made into a t-shirt, in my opinion.
When you
So,
say write
yeah.
down the plan, we're trying to sneak in and get as far as we can to get sight on Annabelle, and then getting out.
Way to flesh it out.
We're going to invisibly move in as people are let through and the sacrifice happens so that we can avoid whatever detection there is there.
You're still using someone's life to get in.
True. And that's it
Why half-ass it?
matters.
If it matters that much, maybe you shouldn't do it.
I do agree.
I do as well.
But going in there, it would be very dangerous enough where you shouldn't be half-assing it.
It appears we've reached a good old-fashioned moral quandary.
I jingle the purse. More than enough for slaves. And extra.
If you choose to sacrifice a slave, this is where we part ways.
But you're the one that wants to go in. I don't want to go in.
I mean, you did say we'd probably have to kill witnesses. How's that any different?
The people inside are evil.
I'm evil.
Did you just come right out and say you're evil?
Maybe.
I'm gonna need a bit of context on that.
Doesn't mean I'm not opposed to helping people if I so feel like it. However,
I hate to be the one to state the obvious, but you do know she is a cleric of Asmodeus, so...
No, I don't know she's a cleric of Asmodeus.
I thought that was
No.
revealed.
I thought I
We know
said
that
I had dealings with Asmodeus before.
Asmodeus was the one who
Oh.
brought her back, but never that she was a cleric specifically of Asmodeus.
Oh.
Well, now you know.
She struck up a deal with Asmodeus.
Surprise! However, if we're going to
No,
be,
she explained this.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, she did, because she explained how she didn't make a deal.
No ties to Asmodeus were the words used. No ties.
No, she said that he gives her magic with no deals being made. Like, she gets to do with it as she wishes.
Which is not
So far.
a cleric of Asmodeus to Garrett's Reckoning. I mean, I know it.
Now, what do you mean you are evil?
However, I'm
You
trying to
always
think of
struck
the
me as
word
so nice
when
and
you.
pleasant. I have a question for you.
What
do
makes
you
a
mean?
slave's life any different than having to kill other people's inside, whether or not they're evil? It's still a life.
Do you know what Tyr represents?
No, tell me.
Justice. Tyr swings the scales of justice.
And up until I was bitten, I was all for justice. And then I had that swiftly yanked away from me.
And so you were cursed. It was done to you against your will, much like the murder of slaves at the doorway of that temple.
Which you'd still be using to open.
There are concessions.
Those
One
deaths
has
would
to make.
happen whether we are there or not.
So may as
You're
well
still
not
using
let
the
them
deaths.
go to waste. Honor the deaths by doing something good from it.
Don't add to the pile of dead bodies ourselves.
Well, we'd be adding to it anyways. Unless we're super.
If everything goes
super
well,
stealthy,
we
we
should
don't get
not
caught.
be killing anybody. Simply go in, look around, get out.
And the odds of
When
everyone
we-
being stealthy enough?
When we were at the temple, did we notice like how people were exiting? Like just normal exit?
Yep, just one
Nothing
entrance.
weird.
Well, it's like one big entrance / exit. It's not
Oh,
like
okay.
it's not like a Disney ride
I
where
like
you go
what
in one
Cass
side
said.
and come out the other.
They don't have the fast past armbands to get them through.
Maybe.
They got slaves like already prepped, waiting for them. They just walk up and do a little quick cut, go through. Don't mind that.
I agree with what Kat said in chat. You are a bad guy, but this does not mean you're a bad guy.
Invisibility doesn't last forever. What's going to be our story, perhaps, about why we would be going to the higher levels? We could pose
It doesn't matter
as...
if we have a story or not if we have no translator.
I have the ability to cast tongues.
In Ammo, you can roll either insight or religion in regards to what I just sent you.
Okay.
The lords are testing me.
Insight or religion?
Either or.
Okay, my insight is better.
Sounds like the truth. I mean, he says it very matter-of-factly.
I would also like to extrapolate and say that my alignment is a little odd, because though I am technically evil, but I follow a code. I'm lawful. I follow Asmodeus, and he's letting me do what I please with my power, so I can pretty much do what I want.
Oh
Doesn't
my.
mean I have to always do evil things, or at least what you would consider to be evil.
My, oh my.
I'm going to push back from this magical chair. And if we're going to do this, we may as well do it. The time for quibbling about it is over. I'm going to walk out of the illusory wall and let them decide.
I'd follow.
All right. As the
PIRL.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just take our break here then.
Yeah, I'll
Because
sheepishly
I was
continue.
going to say it's about time for a break. So we'll take our break here, and we will be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Stick around. I will put on some tunes for you, as always. Be right back.
For man holds in his mortal hand the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still an issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
Alright, guys. We are back for the most part. Let me see here. Oh, it'd probably help if I put it on the right scene. I meant to do that. How's it going, Trip? Welcome back,
Hi.
Emma. Welcome mostly back. They call me that because I have a big booty. Bootylicious, some might say. Hold on. Why is it quiet? It shouldn't be quiet. I reject the quiet. There we go. Alright, so where we left off, Garrett Reeves and Evelyn Toulon were walking back through the illusory wall and into the alleyway, where you are greeted by a most disturbing image. As the destitute man that you witnessed before is now taking great delight in devouring his own left forearm.
Ooh.
And just tearing chunks off with his teeth and swallowing. Laughing all the while.
Does he notice us?
If he does, he gives no indication.
That's the last stage of the Devil's Veil, if I recall correctly.
Madness, yes.
There's nothing we can do for him. So we can try to pass him quietly, or wait until he succumbs.
My apologies.
No roll required. You know that if you don't intervene at all, he's just gonna bite himself to death, basically. He's gonna end up bleeding out.
Can I cure the Devil's Veil with kind words and good intentions?
You cannot.
What if they're really good intentions and really kind words?
I would just continue walking past him.
What about lesser restoration?
I don't know.
Can I make a roll potentially?
Sure.
Or would you like me to make?
Roll Arcana with disadvantage, because you don't know anything about Devil's Veil. You have no idea.
Then I will feel bad that I can't do more. And ignore it.
Okay. Does anybody intervene at all?
Nope.
I'll look to Lord Ma.
To intervene would put us apart. It would make us stand out. And we cannot save him.
I'm sure the lords have a plan.
I don't think they do.
I'm losing faith in that concept as well.
Whoa. Whoa.
Well, what?
Alan
just
shouldn't
ignore
be
him.
talking like that.
Oh.
I'll thorn whip him till he's dead. That's for Moander to feast on, not him, if he's just gonna kill himself. If they're all just gonna let the mad guy eat himself, like, better put him out of his misery. plus the Moander thing.
Yeah, is it better to let him suffer and die, or just kill him?
Is that
It's
what
not our problem. And I would just keep walking.
Okay. But is that what you're doing, Trip?
Yeah.
Okay. Noted.
I'm using Thorn Whip so I don't actually touch him.
Damn.
Are you openly whipping him to death behind us?
Yeah, if you guys just keep walking by, I'm just gonna be like, whatever.
Would I hear the whip crack?
I would say that you know what's going on. He's
I'm gonna
not
try to
making any
really
attempt to
stop him.
hide it. He's casting spells and doing damage.
I'm gonna walk up to him and try to grab his arm that's holding the whip.
Well, he's casting a spell. It's not an actual whip.
That's casting the spell then. That'd be Leviathan's knee-jerk reaction. I'm gonna try and stop that.
Even here, I don't think murder generally happens openly in the streets.
It's a dark alley. Should be alright. Really nobody around.
Would they rather him just
The
devour
whores?
himself?
Yeah, like I said, there's nobody around.
Mercy killing is one thing, but whipping a man to death in an alley?
I'm not gonna waste mana on it.
Roll your attack, Trip, and we'll see how this plays out. Alright, roll your
Thank you,
damage.
Nyloth, for offering, because I was going to say I'd do it, but I'd probably have to touch him, and I don't want to.
Alright, so that's the initial attack. That's what draws your guys' attentions. If you want to react to that now, you may do so. If you're going to try and stop him from casting again, that's grapple, I guess.
I'll jump between him and the cast.
So you're just going to body block him, line of
Yeah.
sight him?
What's your AC?
Yeah, what's my AC is 18.
Well, you wouldn't have a chance to catch that first Thorn Whip, but if
Yeah,
he
not the
casts
first
again,
one.
you can
Second one, I wanna
try and
stand-
intercept.
Yeah, I want to stand between him and the guy.
Alright, so what do the rest of you do? Anything?
I would walk over to Leviathan's side.
And I would say, y'all evil as fuck if you're going to let this guy die this painful, painful death, rather than put him out of his mercy.
And
out
I would
of
say
his
you're
misery.
equally, if not more so, despicable if you just watch him beat this man to death.
Millions of people
It'll
are
be a
suffering
lot
the same
faster.
fate on the Sword Coast.
But I'm
millions
That
not
means
good
nothing
host.
to me.
So it's just a statistic then. This is why we're here, to solve this problem.
Yeah, so learn from this. Would you rather him... What if it was you? Would you rather we left you there eating yourself? Or put you out of your misery? What if it was your father?
That rocks me back a little bit.
As you are all conversing, the man has now gone to his hands and knees and is retching and vomiting his own flesh and blood up onto the street.
I'm just going to use my hand crossbow and point blank to the back of his head and shoot it.
Okay, make your attack, roll your damage.
Does it get coup de grace? Because it's... doesn't matter.
He's prone, technically be disadvantaged.
And that's what, a d4, so...
Well, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to miss if you just walk up to someone laying on the ground and put your crossbow directly to their head.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So
Especially
while
if they're
they're
not moving.
kind of arguing stuff, Kobold just raises up the hand crossbow, point blank, right to the back of the, like right behind the ear, turns him off like a switch. He just falls over dead.
I'm going to bend over and close his eyes.
You might want to wash that hand immediately.
I immediately walk over and put 5 lay on hands into Ewok to kill any disease that he had. Oh fuck, is it poison or disease?
I believe it's either or.
I don't think it is, unfortunately.
I don't think it works like a WoW Paladin. Cleanse! Immolate.
In,
Cleanse!
Oh, sorry, one
Immolate.
disease or one poison. Okay, yep, good.
Right, so it's for every 5 points that you spend.
Correct.
Would
That's
be
why
a
I did
different
5.
effect.
Yep, so make sure I do that right away, nullifying any disease he may have acquired.
Okay.
Or she would have acquired. And I'm just gonna turn on my heel and leave the alleyway.
I'll follow too.
Okay. Anything else in the alley that anybody wants to do, or are you guys just peacing out?
I would still be standing there looking at the body.
Like, examining?
No, like just sad.
You did the right thing.
Who's your deity?
I think I chose one.
Probably have to look it up, but...
Hala Brightaxe.
How do you spell the first name?
Haela. I think.
Alright, let's see what she has to say about things. Lady of the Fray or Luck Maiden. Demigod of Battle and Luck. Okay. Good aligned force of battle. Cleanse Toil of Evil. Monsters. Make a religion roll with advantage.
Too distraught.
You have definitely fallen into disfavor with Hala Brightaxe. You believe that she would be quite displeased with your behavior. So, feels bad, man.
Which probably means that she was pleased by your old ones.
You don't know nothing. So,
Neither does Danderfluff.
do you guys do anything else in the alley? Besides take a moment to feels bad, man?
Come along, Danderfluff.
Yeah, if I see everyone else walking up, I just do the slow get up on one knee, then get up and start following.
Alright. So where are you guys headed?
You did him a favor.
I think to buy a potion of invisibility.
Okay. You've got 2 options there. Well, 3 options, really. Option 1, the most obvious, would be just to go to that area of the city where the magic item shops are and buy them there. Where you know that you'll definitely find them and they'll be for a set price.
You cancel, that's great.
Oh shit! Exploding dice raid! Wow! Thank you very much.
Bye.
Welcome, Raiders. I should make exploding dice fall on all of you. Ha 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 ha. Everybody make deck saves. I'm just kidding. So, as I said, the first option would be to go to like a magic item shop and buy them there. Second option would be to go to Sinner's Square, where you may or may not be able to find them, but if you do, you'll kind of have a better chance of being able to talk down the price a little bit, like maybe haggle. Whereas, you know, if you go to a shop, that's kind of frowned upon. In the finer shops, it's kind of that gross arrogance of the city that you're in, where, you know, wealth is lauded and, you know, if you have to ask, you can't afford it type of deal. So if you go to this more open market, you'll find merchants that might be a bit more pliable with their prices. And your third option, and probably the least reliable source, would be try and find like a black market salesman. Oh damn, did I get 3K followers? Oh shit!
Hooray!
That's fucking hot tits. I'll have to
Nice.
think of something cool to do for
Yay.
that.
Ooh, biscuits.
Eat 3,000 pieces of rice.
So like a bowl.
Like a bowl.
But you have to count them.
Oh my god.
I'm not doing that.
24-hour stream of counting out 3,000
Yeah,
grains of
right.
rice.
Cook them
Exactly.
individually in an easy bake oven.
Just weigh 10, and then you just keep adding up. You'll be fine.
Well, I've got other stuff that I need to
I hope you have
fulfill
a really
first,
sensitive
and then
scale.
I will figure out what I will do for 3,000 followers. Probably some type of marathon stream. I'll figure it out. But I still have to do
I
my
think we should stream
mixology
counting
/
3,000
drinking
grains of
stream.
rice.
Which Buckle, by the way, whenever those are complete, if you could just send me the whole group like all together in
Yeah.
like a zip file, just so I have them all in the same place.
Yeah, easy enough. I got the other two probably finished. Yeah, I'll aim for tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem. No big rush. Like I said, I've got other things that I need to get done this week. But thank you all very much. That's fucking amazing. I'm very happy to finally achieve 3,000 followers on Twitch, and also share that with my dear friends here for Divinity of Pain, the flagship campaign of Know Your All. The granddaddy
3,000
of them all.
3,000 seconds of playing League of Legends.
How many minutes is that?
50.
No.
It's one game.
That is 50
No.
too many.
That is 51 too many.
I still think you should count 3,000 grains of rice. I honestly want to see how long that would take.
Basically just be counting to 3,000. I don't think it would be that much more exciting by including the rice.
What if you lost count though?
Well, I mean, you'd have to literally, like, probably have to be picking them with tweezers to make sure you're getting just one at a time.
No, I'd be counting them in groups. I'm not gonna be like 1, 2. Be like, all right, there's 5 plus another 5 is 10 plus another
And
5
then
is
mail-
15.
Here's the catch: it
rice
has
that
to
you
be
count.
cooked rice.
No, you have to mail me the rice you count so that I can double count it and make sure that you got it right. If not, I'll send
with
it back. and count it
with
again.
1 grain of rice in each envelope.
And just IRL stream the time it takes for it to mail from you to Joey, and then Joey to count it.
Oh my god.
I'll do it for the stream.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not gonna
bonus.
do that. So anyway, yeah, those are your guys'
Moving right
options
along.
for where you would like to go to try and buy your invisibility potions. And also if there's anything else that you can think of that might aid you in your endeavors. I mean, it's your lives, you live them. You tell
Yeah,
me.
so since Garrett and I kind of started walking away a bit before everyone, can I have like a few moments to speak with him before the rest catch up?
Sure. I don't see any reason why not.
Lord Mom, what do we make of that situation that just happened there? You are my guiding light. You are my...
I honestly can't say.
It was troubling.
I don't know if their hearts are in the right places. I don't know if ours are. This is a dumb plan. We shouldn't be doing this, and yet we're honor bound.
It's hard being the moral compass.
It sure is.
Well, I'll continue to follow your lead.
By the way, like, on the inside, I totally do the frustrated child thing anytime I have to play a lawful good character. I just, oh, come on. No fun.
When I made this character, it was neutral good, and I wanted to go towards lawful, but Mickey made her stay neutral good.
Mickey forced an alignment change.
This is no fun. No fun.
I think it's a lot
Being
of
lawful good.
I have no problems being lawful good because it creates situations and tensions like this.
Yeah, I like this.
Especially when you have 2 evil characters in the party. Whee!
However, that's typically why when I do campaigns, I don't let my party members go good and evil. You can either be good and neutral or neutral and evil, but not both, because I don't like the clashing in the party unless they really get a chance to. Because evil is boring. Evil is so boring.
Well,
I
it
tried
depends
playing-
on how you choose to play evil. There's a way that it can be done very well. It's all in the subtlety. Because evil does not mean stupid.
Sure, but evil, and now we're gonna get too far off.
Well,
Evil's like, I can do whatever I want. Meanwhile,
Right,
good's always with
yeah,
the struggle.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, so I'm a neutral evil assassin. That doesn't mean you're dumb enough to murder somebody in front of your lawful good paladin party member.
Sure.
Just as kind of a very blunt example.
Mhm.
So, like I said before, evil doesn't mean stupid.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the hearts for
All
now, Lord
in the
Maul.
hips.
Do you would it ease your mind and your guilt if I proposition that beautiful lady that talked to you earlier?
You could probably sacrifice her and be alright. I mean,
Now it's a question for Lord Maul.
Did you say proposition?
Is that not the correct term to use?
That means, no. Go ahead. You've got a new pouch full of 50 gold proposition.
No, I'm not
ready.
interested at all. That is not something Robathan enjoys. I was just offering it for you.
No, thank you. I'm quite all right.
Fair enough. I did not know. I just thought I'd be polite and ask.
So Sinner's Square then for the potions.
Suppose it's as good of a plan as any. And we'll start heading that way.
Unless the
Okay.
rest of the group wants to go to a legitimate shop. Yes, no?
Mm-mm. I was thinking the same thing.
okay, so off to Sinner's Square you go. And it's one of the larger kind of features of the city. It's very, very easy to find it. However, I will compare it to PAX East. So, now you're there, but you've got this vast open area full of tables and merchants and yelling and noise and stimuli. So, now you got to figure out which merchant you're gonna try and barter with, or haggle with, or just pay their exorbitant price. I guess that's an option too. So, who wants to take the lead and try and find a merchant selling potions?
This is not my realm of expertise.
Nor is
Well,
it something I even want to help with.
it'd be simple enough to find a potion merchant based on the fact that they have a bunch of potions around them. It's like very much like open kiosk kind of format. So everything that they have you can see pretty much. Maybe they keep something under the desk for special goodness, but yeah. For the most part, everybody's got what they're selling on display. It's like a friggin' swap meet. In fact, there's probably people swapping meat. It's a big market.
That's my secret. I'm always swapping my meat.
Swapping, not swabbing.
Oh, my bad.
Do you have a detachable penis? Are you King Missile? Detachable penis.
Robo dick.
What?
Dude, I wouldn't want my penis to detach. I would so lose it.
I had a detachable penis in a Shadowrun campaign a long time ago.
That's the entire plot of the song, is him losing it. I gotta get it for Scruffles, because she's young and doesn't know anything.
Wow.
Damn. I believe the term is ignorant.
That is the correct term, yep. She's uneducated about it. Really, someone needs to lead the way here in the marketplace. If we're getting...
Alright, nobody else really wants to help anyway, so I'll do it.
Anybody? Well, I would say anybody proficient in Arcana.
Yeah, I am.
There you go.
Oh wait, did you want me to roll Arcana, or...?
I want you to roll it again because it's going to be at disadvantage because you're little. Oh yeah, burn that 20. You burn that 20 hard. Alright. With a 15, after a few minutes, you're able to find an area where there's a merchant selling a whole table full of potions. Some of them you can recognize even from a distance as being healing potions.
I guess I would try to just sign language, like, can I see an invisibility potion? Just point at the invisibility potion and be like, how much?
So you're just... Wait, one thing at a time. What's the first thing you're doing?
Can I see recognize an invisibility potion so I don't have to, like, ask the store owner? Buckle.
Sorry.
Roll history. Because you've probably seen an invisibility potion before. And most potions have some type of, like, animated effect which clues you into their... whatever it is that they do. So... Potion of stuff. Where is it? Ah, there we go. Yes. You notice that he has... Roll a d4. Two flasks which appear to be empty.
Ah.
And you know that that's what invisibility potions look like. Invisible!
Neat. I'm gonna try and get both. So I, like, point at both of the potions and then hold up, like, how much would I assume they would be?
You have
Like,
no
how much-
idea. There's no prices on any of them.
No, I know, but, like, how much have I spent for... I've probably bought invisibility potions somewhere along my travels.
Potion prices vary wildly based on where you are. It's all supply and demand. But based on the size of the market, you could take a guess, I guess. Just roll intelligence. You think 50 gold each would be probably the standard price?
Seriously?
That's what you would think.
Okay, well, I'm gonna point at the potion and kind of give him, like, an inquisitive look, like, how much? And hold up, like, some fingers. Like, 40?
He answers you in a language that you don't understand.
No, I'm not speaking to him. I'm, like, trying to do sign language, since I obviously don't speak Far Common.
I understand that, and he responds verbally in a language that you don't understand.
This piece of shit. Point at them again. 4-0. And like pull out a
He
couple gold
yells
coins.
the same response to you, looking
Ugh.
quite annoyed.
Well, I obviously don't speak the fucking language, moron.
And that's his problem now.
I don't want to have to cast tongues right now because we're not gonna fucking
What time of day is it?
rest. I don't know.
Roll nature for that.
Oh, right, because the
Hey, Blue.
You overcast. It's hard to
Yeah.
tell. It's getting pretty dark. You would imagine that it's either sundown or close to it.
that would probably be the time that the vampires would be most active within the temple, right?
During the night, absolutely. No roll required.
So we
Yeah.
probably want to go during the day?
No, it'd be more likely that she would be there during the nighttime, not during the
Oh.
daytime. So it would make sense not to
Correct.
cast your spell. So unless we want to wait 24 hours and go tomorrow night, I don't know, it's your spells though, up to you.
Yeah, I just cast on myself, whatever. Cast tongues.
Okay. He's yelling the price at you as 75 gold each.
Could you perhaps do 50?
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh. $10?
70 each.
Are you... What the fuck is your problem, Buckle?
Do you see the situation he's putting us in?
What?
We
The-
have limited funds, and the potions are expensive.
Oh. Well, how much are horses gonna be? Well, if anybody is there with me, I would turn to them and say,
I would
He's-
be
he's
nudging
ask-
Nyloth.
he's asking for 70 gold each. I have 50. You need 20?
I'd like lower down to listen to Thatch.
Just give her the gold to buy two.
You can if you want. If you think it's a good idea, that's up to you.
How else am I gonna get in there?
I mean, if you think it's a good idea to go there in the first place, if it's worth it.
I think it's worth it.
It's your gold.
I could give her enough for two.
What's it gonna be?
I was under the assumption Nyloth wasn't coming, though. Is that still true?
Oh, I'm not, but I'm
Okay.
just because I'm his master doesn't mean I'm his master.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure because we only need one since Nyloth's not going.
You wouldn't even need one for me if I went anyway.
Oh, if no one else is, if it's only for me, then yeah, just buy. Still buy two just in case. I don't know if they wear off or anything. Like Dannerfolk
do.
wouldn't know. So
I'm
She would
pretty sure
wanna
they
be-
wear off after an hour.
she would want to be
Yeah,
covered.
it's gonna be like an hour, 10 minutes, some standard time for that.
Pretty sure it's an hour.
You guys can look it
Yeah,
up.
1 hour. It's 1 hour.
Assuming that nothing breaks invisibility.
Right.
I hand her my pouch of coins.
I look up at the merchant and say, 65?
Roll persuasion. Nope. Hard 70.
In before 100 gold each.
Nope. He's staying firm at 70. He will not take a shekel less.
And that's each, right?
That is 70 each. 140 for the pair.
I think we should just buy one. So I take 20 of Ewok's gold. Ewok? Mark,
I thought Nyloth had the gold. Or do I have the bag with the
You
gold?
have it.
you have your
Okay.
own bag, yeah?
What do you
Well, I
mean?
have his bags as well.
Well, just mark your
Yeah, I
gold
would-
separately
yeah.
for your on your own character sheet. Just make it easier. Now you got 30.
So, Buckle gave you 50,
Oh, did he? Oh,
and Ewok gave you 20. So that's 120 gold you have.
I thought we were only gonna buy one. That's my bad. Then yeah, if we're getting two, then yeah, mark another 20, I guess. Ewok. It's 140, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Alright. Deal well struck. He hands you your invisibility potions. As soon as he hands them to you, you can feel the weight of the liquid sloshing around in them. He didn't sell you porky pies.
Gotcha. All right, stick them in my bag.
Alright. And is there any other wares you would like to peruse in this fine large market? Or
Do we
if
even
you
have any more
can't
money?
find it, you're not looking hard enough.
We have what we need for adventuring gear, and I've got health potions, I think.
I have one.
Yeah, I have one or two.
I don't have any health potions. I'm actually gonna try and find one.
Okay. I would say you would know how to recognize health potions when you see them.
Sweet.
Yeah, they're probably at the same booth that we're at right now, so
They are indeed. So,
I walk up. Say, how much for your health potions?
I translate for him.
the regular potions of healing are going to be 5 gold each. The potions of greater healing are going to be 20 gold each.
I'm gonna buy 5 regulars
Okay.
at 5 apiece, and that leaves me with,
25 gold.
yeah, that's 25 gold. That leaves me with, doing math, 60 minus 25, 35 gold, and then I'm gonna ask to borrow 6 gold from someone.
I'll give
Everybody
you
be
6 gold.
Sweet, and then I'll buy 2 of the slightly higher priced ones.
The greater healings, those are 20
Yeah, the greater
each.
healings. Yep. And then that will exhaust me of gold.
You're not gonna haggle at all. That's why we're in Center Square.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Haggle, you bitch.
You might get a better
As
price.
I can hear the despondence from behind me.
For the greater healing potions, I'd say, yeah, you can bring it down to 12, right?
Yeah, I mean, would you be so kind as to give me a deal on these potions? I am buying quite a sizable amount after all.
Well, Scruffles is doing the talking, so she has to do the persuading.
Can I get advantage?
For what?
Reviven is helping with the wording. I don't know.
I've got a very charismatic personality.
Alright, well, you roll a charisma save then, and depending on what you roll, you might get advantage.
Cool. Hey.
You appear to be very gracious.
Hey.
You have a winning smile.
25.
So, I will give you advantage on the persuasion roll.
Which is 25.
Oh, beautiful. Alright. So what was... Sorry, 1 second. So what was the total amount of gold that you were gonna spend?
65.
Okay. Just bring it down to an even 50.
Okay, then I will not borrow that 6 from. Well, I'll pay the 50. I'll give the 6 gold that Danderfluff and let me back.
All right. So Danderfluff, you get your 6 gold back.
So now I have 9 gold. Nice.
All right, and there are a myriad of other potions.
I was going to buy 5 of the greater healing ones.
He only has 3 more of the greater healings.
3 and then 5 of the lesser ones.
Okay. So what would the total amount on that be? 5,
That would
5 each for the
be
lesser, 20 for the greater.
115.
All right. You can. Are you gonna be doing the haggling, or is Scruffles gonna be doing it?
I'd be asking Scruffles to.
Okay. Scruffles, you can just ride that 25 persuasion. I'll say, because you guys are all
Okay.
grouped up, so you're kind of doing this as like rapid fire transactions one after another, and you're assisting in the sale, so I'll give you advantage.
So we're sticking with the 25.
You are commerce lubricant, ma'am.
Are we sticking with the 25?
Yes. Greasing the wheels of capitalism. It's a fair deal, take it.
How much is it?
So for yours, if it was going to be 115, that's a big order too. So he will give it to you for 80.
Okay.
It's a major city, Variel. Definitely a buyer's market.
Can I roll perception to look and see if there's any very like sparkly, shiny potions?
Sure. No roll required. I mean, they're all right there on display, so I don't think you need to roll for that. But I can describe some of the potions that you see. As some of them you have seen before. Alright, so you see several potions of a muddy brown liquid with little bits of flesh of different animals kind of floating in it. You see a potion with an eyeball that bobs in this yellowish liquid, but vanishes when the... well, never mind. That part you don't know. You see several potions that are separated into bands of brown, silver, and gray layers like sedimentary rock. You see several potions of diminution, which they shrink you as the enlarge reduce spell, but they only do the reduce. I know some of you have seen a potion of fire breathing. There is 2 of those. You see 1 potion with a clear liquid floating at the top of the container and has cloudy white impurities drifting in it, like clouds.
I would point at that one, tell Scruffles, what's that?
I'd ask the potion maker, what does that one do?
Potion of flying.
It makes you fly.
How much?
How much?
250 gold.
250 then.
Nice catch.
Want it.
Rash. Rash, it's too expensive.
Thatch. I want it.
I'm not buying anything.
Super. You saw the potions of healing.
Thatch, heck 'em, get it.
You see a potion that is a blue liquid, bubbling and steaming as if boiling. You see a potion whose dense purple liquid has an ovoid cloud of pink floating in it.
Ooh, I point at that one too.
Potion of mind reading.
Mind reading.
How much?
How much?
100 gold.
100.
I want the flying and I want that one. Then we're good.
Where the hell are you getting all this money?
Wouldn't you like to know? No,
Do you
but
actually
really,
have
where-
enough money for...
Yeah.
Are you gonna haggle?
Heck yes.
All right, flat 300 for both.
I look at Rash and I say, well, if you have 300 gold, they're yours.
I'm gonna stomp my feet.
Quit looking
It's
at me.
Thatch. I'll give you the 300 gold. So,
Hand it over.
All right. Anything else?
Unless Moneybags over here wants to buy any more freaking potions.
Also, I don't want to hear any more bitching about we never go to towns and buy stuff because they don't exist.
is there any hats?
There are haberdashers aplenty.
Ooh.
Is there any mean-looking hats, like a Viking helmet?
I would say yes, that you would be able to find kind of just like a scrap arms dealer type of situation where, you know, you can buy like kind of individual bits of armor as opposed to getting a full set because it's kind of just remnants. You know, maybe the previous wearer had been exploded by a cannon or something like that.
Too soon.
So the whole suit of armor didn't survive, but maybe the gauntlets, the boots, and the helmet did. You know, so there's kind of like mishmash armor. But yeah, I would say that you could find a horned helmet.
No, I can't get one. I'd lose my thing if I did.
Though it's more like Mongolian looking than Viking.
I'd point at it. How much?
How much?
Yeah. For that thing? Yeah. Scratches his head. 4 gold.
It says 4.
I give you 4 gold.
Okay.
I haggle. How about 2?
Roll persuasion.
One.
He gives it to you for free.
Thank you, sir. And I like curtsy.
You convince him so thoroughly, and you are so gracious about it, that he kindly thanks you for taking it off of his hands.
You're very welcome. I need to look for like a pipe
Cursed
and
magical
tobacco.
item. It's a monkey paw.
I gave you the gold to keep, by the way. Like, if you would have tried to give
Oh.
me back.
Okay, cool. I got 4 gold.
So now what are you looking for? A tobacconist?
Yeah.
All right. You don't find any stalls that sell tobacco, but you find a few that sell blackweed.
What's that?
It's something that goblinoids and trolls smoke. Has
Sure, I'll
mild
try it.
hallucinogenic properties.
Is the vendor monkey man?
All men are monkeys, Trip.
A Hadouzen?
No.
So yeah, I'll
The vendor
I'll
is
get
a
that.
human.
I'll get that blackweed and a pipe.
Okay, you gonna haggle?
Yeah.
Persuade a nation.
Yeah.
All right. So just getting like a pipe and 1 pouch.
Mhm.
1 gold will cover it, assuming that you're
Okay.
not getting anything ridiculously fancy for a pipe. Which I mean, you really wouldn't be able to find here anyway.
Oh, okay.
You'd want to go to like more like an actual like tobacconist shop to get like, you know, a fine quality, you know, ram horn pipe or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Is that what
Black
I don't know what
blackweed,
that means.
right?
Blackweed, yes.
Okay.
And it is true to its name. You open up the pouch and it's dark, like char black.
Cool.
And boy, does it stink.
Like actual weed.
It smells like the musk of some type of marmot that you can't quite place.
But like, what kind of dank? You know, like the bad dank, or like that smells dank, like good dank.
It smells like it's very bad for you.
Okay.
So, do you spark up?
No, not yet. We gotta go to the temple. Apparently this
Or
shit
something
makes you
inside the
hallucinate.
Mild hallucinogenic properties.
Yeah, I'll wait until we rest. I'm done though. I don't need anything else.
Okay. This is your chance to buy things. Also, this may come to some interest for you. Scruffles, here and there, kind of smattered throughout the Sinner's Market, Sinner's Square Market. There's people set up busking. So there, you know, on this corner there's a guy juggling. The next corner down there's a guy playing some drums. The next corner down, you know, it seems like each performer kind of has their own corner where they're, you know, performing for tips.
I don't think we really have time.
It's up to you.
Hey,
Hey.
if you're like an emissary, so like if we're in the temple and we're gonna like pose as like emissaries of Asmodeus, which was what our what our plan was earlier, Would they bring like a gift or something? We'll be like, we're here to pay homage to Platra. We brought her this, which is why we are in these suspicious places.
I would say, considering the portfolios of both deities, I would say yes. Not only would that be proper, but it would probably be kind of expected.
Okay. Does anybody have anything in their inventory that would be a good gift, or should we buy something?
Leviathan kind of chuckles a little bit when you ask that.
Yes, I have something of substantial worth.
Oh?
And
That you would be willing to potentially maybe part with?
I just kind of opened my belt pouch, because we're still on the market, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that you can look in, and I've had my hand on the pouch the whole time, because inside is a fist-shaped diamond, or fist-sized diamond. And the moment you get the glimpse of it, I close it again and zip.
I like hold up my hand to like,
I like doing that
high
to Joey
five
for once.
you.
That's how I feel all the time around you.
Mickey was so happy to get this diamond. I was so happy to get those diamonds.
So,
Woo! Okay, we're good.
Whoever's catching the glimpse of this, who are you showing it to? Scruffles? I will allow you to make a nature roll to ascertain its value. More money than you could count.
Like, as I step back, I just like, I hold up my hand and like give Garrett a high five.
I awkwardly fist bump your high five.
You
just look at my hand like,
somewhere in the 5 figures.
Meow.
I had so many of them.
Well, it's a fist-sized solid diamond.
I know. I knew how much it was worth.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you won't have to give it up, but it could save our lives as an excuse for why we're in there.
Its main goal would be resurrection, but if it prevents death, then it does the same job.
Correct. Hopefully you get to keep it.
It's of no value to me.
Ouch.
So we have our way in. We have a story or an excuse for being in there. What else?
What do we do when we find her? I guess it depends on...
It depends on the circumstances.
And then we need to get out as well. Maybe we should get some snacks for Leviathan in the portable hole. So let's pop it on a wall, sprinkle in some goldfish. Or...
This is a tube coming up out of your shirt pocket.
Little Ziploc bag of goldfish or something.
Wait, can you open a portable hole on your body?
I wouldn't try it. I don't know that I...
I think it specifically says flat surface, so...
Yo, Garrett's app's pretty flat.
I take back.
I always picture Garrett in my head as having a bit of dad bod.
Really?
Maybe verging. Well, he is a dad, so...
Damn.
Yeah.
Sure. But he's also a 28-year-old highly athletic warrior, so no, fuck you. I've got dad bod IRL. Garrett does not.
Evelyn's older than you.
Oh yeah, I thought we knew that.
I know.
I think Garrett's the youngest.
I think Garrett might be the youngest.
I'm younger than Garrett, I think.
Seraphine is also 28.
Oh, damn.
I'm 25, but that's like late teens and gnome years.
Yeah.
Y'all are young as hell. I'm 52. I'm old for a dragonborn. I'm reaching the end of my life.
I think everyone's 31 now.
All right.
You all babies.
I would like for all of you to make
Nyloth definitely
perception
know this.
checks.
By far.
No, for fuck's sake.
I'm flexing at
We see
Nyloth
it.
with my new helmet, by the way.
Okay. I wasn't expecting 220s there. Huh. Alright, I'll just give you all the information then. That's simple enough. So, Nyloth and Rabiathan simultaneously both look at the same booth where there is a small goblin-looking creature kind of swinging around vast shelves of machinery and operating this strange device, which, describing to you out of character, looks much like, what are those things called that, like, hairdressers use where you sit in the chair and the thing goes over the head?
The thing for give it a
Hair
perm.
It's like a hair dryer
Yeah, one of those things. It
Like a
looks
heater.
like... It
thingy.
general shape looks like that. And you see, like, every once in a while, somebody comes along, they hand the guy a gold, he operates the machine, there's like a bright flash that surrounds their head, and they give like a quick jerk. They thank the man and move along.
They get a quick jerk and move along. They're
Indeed,
doing
they
this in the
look
middle of the
different?
market?
What's that?
They're doing this in the middle of the market?
It's like its own kiosk. He's obviously selling something. The sign above the apparatus reads Lingomatic.
Ooh. Leviathan's gonna walk up to that, and then he's gonna just peruse the storefront or stall front.
Okay. The only thing really for you to see, besides just, gears and pipes and mechanisms and wires and cables kind of strewn about, this looks very, very, like, ramshackle and thrown together. His cable management is shit. But you do see kind of like a plaque set up, and something written in far common on there. I'd say that you could, after a moment of looking at it, realize that what you're looking at is a price list or menu, and what you're seeing is name of a language, price, name of another language, price, name of another language, price, and they're all varying amounts.
I will speak to the group. So now I can't read the distant common, but I think this stall over here lets you learn different languages for a different price. What do you think, Rash?
I read it. Like,
Probably
see what the
expensive as fuck.
prices are for what languages.
Okay. Well, Trip, perhaps we had better start at the beginning.
It's a very
I keep
good
it to
place
like
start.
I'm not saying this out loud.
It lists... Oh, so you want me to whisper it to you?
No, like, just so they don't know. Like,
So you do want me to whisper it? Like, I don't know another
I
way
don't
of
care.
conveying
Just
the
don't meta
information.
it.
Yeah, that's fine. Just don't meta. That's simple enough. Just don't do it. Or I'll kick you. Alright, where the hell is the list of languages? There we go. Alright. So, for common, which is actually far common, the price is 5 gold. For dwarvish, the price is 50 gold. For elvish, the price is 50 gold. For giant, It is 150. Gnomish is 50. Goblin is 50. Halfling is 300. Orc is free. Just kidding. It's 5.
So what does it say?
I'd like far common and orc, please.
I'm gonna ask the guy, how long does it last?
As long as you do.
Whoa, really?
Far common and orc, please. Hyloth. Tell him.
Rash, what does the sign say? Am I right? Are my inklings true? Rash.
Trip?
It teaches you languages.
Okay, now how long does it last for?
He said as long as you do.
And how expensive are they?
Some of them are pricey.
What are the ones that I see the small numbers written next to?
That's orc.
What about this other one that has an equally small number next to it?
Oh. That's goblin.
Can I make an insight check?
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay.
It's common.
Oh, so like our kind of common or like their kind of common?
Again,
Theirs?
yeah, to them, your type of common does not exist.
I know.
How much is far common? That will be
I want
much
it.
easier than tongues. Is the numerical system the same as ours? Would I just know the
I
5?
already said what it is.
Oh, did you say 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Orcish.
Want it.
I look around. I look
I'm
at
standing in line. I'm standing-
Rash, and I say, "Can I borrow 2 gold, please?"
Dandelion, can I borrow a single gold piece, please?
I kick Leviathan in the shins.
What?
Rash. I think. No, Thatch. You mean Thatch?
Oh yeah, of course I did. I sneezed. I'm sorry. Thatch, can I borrow a single gold piece, please?
2 for me?
And perhaps 5 as well.
We're just all like puppy dog eyes looking at it.
So how much is that total?
15.
Yeah, I'll give it up.
Or no, sorry. We didn't need 5 each. I needed 2, he needed 1,
8 total.
he needed 5, so 8.
Yeah, I'll give it up.
I'll
Okay.
set the lingomatic. I volunteer to go first eagerly.
I'm gonna tell the guy in far common, if he gives them orcish, they'll have to pay again.
I say in far common, make sure that it's actually far common. We will not be paying again, and I give like a dirty look to Thrash. God, I keep mixing up
Okay, so
Thatch and Rash.
before
God
we
damn
get
it.
crazed, we're gonna do one person at a time. Joey, we're the first in line. So, what languages are you buying?
Just far common and orc.
Okay, 10 gold.
Okay, now I have 0 gold.
Alright, you sit in the chair.
Yeah,
Says,
nervously.
alright, hold on. This is gonna sting a little bit. Roll 2d4. You take 5 points of lightning damage. And suddenly your head is just like swimming for a moment. The words that you're hearing kind of ambiently throughout the world suddenly begin to make sense to you, and it's almost like a very disorienting, overwhelming kind of feeling at first. What was once noise to you is now like actual conversations, and like you're picking up so much stimuli from like all the people around you that are buying and selling and haggling and cursing and praising each other, and general market shenanigans.
I will gather my wits about me. I'll stand up. This is amazing.
I say, how do you feel in Far Common to Leviathan?
I'll respond in Far Common very, very slowly and deliberately, trying my best to enunciate. I think I can speak the Far Common now. I feel good.
I'm gonna say no, you can't, but in Elvish.
You'll
Got the
The
wrong one.
lords have blessed me with 2 additional tongues.
be very popular with the ladies.
I already am.
Debbie, next! His assistant Debbie waves to the next person in line, who is...
Me.
Alright, Evelyn, what are you buying?
Far Common, please.
Just Far Common?
Mhm.
Alright, you sit
I don't
in
have
the
enough
chair,
for Orcish, so.
roll 1d4.
Oops.
Gzz.
Why one? Oh, because he got 2 languages, I see.
You take 3 points of lightning damage,
Okay.
and you speaks the things now.
Yay.
So make sure you guys mark these on your sheets, because I'm not going to remember. It's too much information. Debbie! Who's next?
It's me.
Alright. Step up to the plate, Garrett Reeves. What are you buying? What are
Just Far Common.
Alright, 5 gold. Roll your d4 for your lightning to your face. You take a
Hey.
mere 1.
Right. One time the 1 pays off.
And since you rolled a 1 on the damage,
Mhm.
there was the least resistance so far in mapping those circuits in your brain. So, you actually have the ability to speak it and sound like a native speaker. Whereas Rebiathan and Evelyn, with their languages, they understand them, they can speak them, but they might not enunciate every little thing properly. There might be subtle differences that would kind of flag a native speaker of the language that, like, oh, this is a second or third language to them. Whereas speaking to you, there's a good chance that they would just assume you're a native.
Cool. I dig it.
Perfect.
I get out and I thank him in Far Common.
You're very welcome. Enjoy your knowledge.
We need to see about getting one of these wherever we go.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only one of its kind, I'm afraid.
Then maybe we'll be back to invest in it some more.
Well, I certainly hope so. The overhead is ridiculous. And he points up, and there's just kind of like this teetering stack of machinery that's like impossibly balanced. This is like, you're sure it's ready to collapse at any moment, but somehow manages to stay aloft.
Like all goblin machinery.
Alright, Debbie! Next, Debbie! I think that's you, Amosu, if you're in line.
Whee! Yes.
Alright, what you want?
I want Orc and Far Common. They don't have Drow Sign Language, do they?
You cannot learn that from the Lingomatic.
Oh. Okay.
Alright, so you take 4 points of lightning damage. And you learn the things.
Yeah.
So, Buckle, just make sure you mark that somewhere on your character sheet that you have perfect Far Common.
Okay.
Or, like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fluent.
Fluent, yeah.
Fluent. Alright. Next! Debbie! Anybody?
I'll get Orcish.
5 gold. Roll your d4. Zzz. 2 points of damage.
I'd like to walk up and speak to the shop people.
1 second. I think we got one more. Ewok, did you want to buy any languages?
Goblin.
Alright. Pay your gold.
How much was Goblin again?
I believe I said Goblin was 5. Yeah, Goblin should be 5.
Wait, how much
I
was...
think you should get Giant. Because you're a giant in my eyes.
Was Orcish 5 as well?
Orcish is 5 as well.
Oh, I thought there was only 2 that cost 5.
No, there's 3.
Okay, well. I'll wait till Vanderfluff's done.
So
I already speak
1d4.
1d4.
I have 6 languages now. Woohoo!
Has a hard time remapping your brainscape. Alright, going for another round of treatment?
While that's happening, I regenerate.
Yeah. Fetch.
Yeah, I would describe the sensation as you guys all kind of have like a minor headache. Ammo, yours just kind of quickly fades.
If Goblin's 5, I'll get Goblin too.
Yeah, they fetch.
Alright, well,
I take out a pen and paper and start marking a check mark.
Would I please
Alright,
be
Trip,
able to beg your kind-hearted soul?
you are fluent
just-
in Goblin. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Joey.
For just 5 more gold, please open up your ever-loving heart, please.
This is it.
I promise.
So I'll give
Laughing
5 gold.
All right. Thank you very much. I will pay you back. I promise. In fact, you know what? Take an extra health potion. And I'll give him one of my potions of healing because I lied earlier. I actually did have one.
Alright,
So I'll
make sure you get that health potion traded and roll your d4. Mark your gold, etc., etc. You now know Goblin.
Sweet. And I'll stand up and Leviathan was gonna try and get a free language, but he's not gonna push his luck anymore. So he'll just start swearing in all the new languages he knows. But real mild swear words like damn and hell.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
Alright. I would like for all of you to make perception checks.
Ugh.
Perfect. So Danderfluff, you actually see them first. Everybody will see them eventually, but Danderfluff, you see them coming. 2 other goblins holding aloft, basically up over their heads, carrying on like a stretcher, is the dead body of the man you left in the alley.
I would nudge Garrett and point, with my the head tilt thing, not pointing with my hand.
Alright.
I try to do the thing where I look at it without looking directly at it. Like how guys look at boobs.
Right.
Rubbernecking. Yeah.
The periph.
Obvious.
You're rocking the periph.
Not if you're good.
So yeah, I would,
Never are.
you'd quickly notice the corpse that you saw a mere hour ago.
And he's just being carted away on the stretcher.
Looks like they're coming towards you.
Oh, I misunderstood. We should go.
2 goblins come waddling up. Says, it's about time. I'm almost out of juice. Get him in there. And he kind of goes around the back, lifts up this metal hatch, and the 2 goblins start dragging the body over.
Like an incinerator?
You guys just watching as they start to feed him into the machine, which is still running, by the way, and you begin to hear that sickening grinding noise, wood chipper style. as his body is fed into the machine slowly. Gets very wet sounding as we reach the intestines and organs.
I'd cover my ears.
There's some dry popping sounds as the ribs are just ground into dust. And we get to the very end and get to reenact one of my favorite movie scenes ever. Goblin just takes a piece of wood and is just using it to push that last foot down into the lingomatic. Closes up the hatch.
At least it was a dead body they put in there.
I think we all have the Devil's Veil now.
No. No. But the next person to come along might?
Well, what if the zapping our heads gives it to us?
Well, maybe they can only give the languages that they take from the bodies?
That seems most likely, yes.
Or it's just fuel.
Could be just few.
Thank you very much, DP, for the 50 bits. It says 10 out of 10 grinding noises. And thank fuck it didn't freeze on my screen. Thank you guys for helping me troubleshoot that, by the way, because it was driving me nuts. Having to reset the Twitch alerts every time. Thank you very much. Let's get some love up in chat for DP. I'll have you know that I practice my grinding noises in the mirror, so that's how you know I'm good.
I heard there's an app for people that like to do grinding noises too.
So, now that your greed has undone you, is there anything else that you'd like to do in Center Square? And I'm kidding, by the way. I wouldn't outright tell you if anything bad was going to happen. Maybe something good?
I'm done.
Yeah, I think we're done here.
No mundane,
gross.
like, take a minute, look through your equipment, mundane equipment, ropes, candles, caltrops, whatever the fuck.
What about a bag of ball bearings?
Bag of ball bearings.
No, never mind. I don't have any money at all.
Okay.
Never mind.
They're
what about
not
for
free.
a better Tinker's Tool set?
So like a set of fine Tinker's tools?
Yeah.
Just off the top of your head, you know that's gonna cost big. That's gonna be like at least 300 gold.
Like in game, do I get benefits with it or no?
Yeah, I would give you benefits on it, for sure.
Yeah, I'd try to find one to buy.
Roll a d20.
You have
'Cause
like
that's
300
kind of
gold
a-
on top of what you've already
Kind
spent?
of a specialty item.
I've found the what is it in the hole had a bunch of gold that I just never gave to you guys.
He's been holding out.
Huh.
Remember when he changed a bunch of
Don't
money at
be a
Grax?
gold digger.
Yes, you are able to find a very fine set of Tinker's tools.
I asked in Goblin for how much.
The goblin behind the table looks at you quizzically for a moment. Make a persuasion. 350.
I'm just sitting there, like thinking, like looking down at my feet, looking up.
Just looking at the kit, like you can tell that the actual pieces, like the actual tools, are made of mithril. The handles are very finely crafted and, like ivory inlaid with mother of pearl and lapis lazuli and very, very well crafted.
I will give him 350 gold.
Sold. You're gonna want to write this down.
Okay, 1 second. All right.
I will say that because this tool set offers a much wider array of instruments, in addition to being much higher quality, that it can also function as thieves' tools, like without penalty. So before there was like a higher DC for you to unlock things with your thieves' tools. No more. Now it's the same DC as if you had been as if you were using thieves' tools. Make sense?
Yes.
Additionally, roll a D100.
67.
Awesome. So for your list of clockwork things that you can create with your tinker tools?
Yes. It's a fire starter, clockwork toy, and music box.
Okay. You can now create a miniature clockwork kraken. So it's just gonna be like this tiny hand-sized clockwork squid. But it'll have a swim speed and, you know, it's not an actual kraken. It doesn't have like crazy legendary actions or anything like that. It's basically a toy, but you find the instructions to create that kind of tucked inside the lid of the box.
Okay.
Cool. Good to see you guys spending some fucking money.
I'm sorry, all that my buddy,
Uh,
that one dude, why can't I remember his name?
um,
Grayscale, whatever the fuck his name was.
Who?
Oh, God. Grack. There we go. Grack. All that Grack gave me was 13 gold. Grack? Grack. Final answer.
It was indeed Greg.
Yeah. All he gave me was 13 gold.
13 gold's a lot of money.
It's true, it's not as enough as Danderbucks over here.
He also give you a place to stay and, hid you from the...
Yeah, but I mean, what's that worth? It's not tangible.
Yeah, it's only your life.
No
No need to
Leviathan-
value that at all.
Leviathan appreciates that.
All right.
Tilly, on the other hand, loves gold.
So, like I said, this is your guys' opportunity to buy stuff before going into the temple, which is going to be a very dangerous mission, as you already understand it.
I would like several pouches of blood, like 1 pint, like baggies.
Blood packs.
Why
How
I don't have
many?
Acme shark repellent in my. When did you give me shark repellent?
How's about
When we met the cat, that was Adam West.
depending on how much they are, either 5 or 10.
Well, they're not like blood bags, but you can get wine skins that are filled with blood.
Okay.
So how much liquid does a water skin or a wine skin hold? What is it, like a quart? Something like that?
says a water skin can hold 4 pints. So in that case, I'd probably get 3.
3 gold.
Sweet.
And that should hold you over for a while.
Yeah.
Your
I wanna look
bloodline is
around
ancient and pure.
for-
You don't need to feed as much as, like, vampire spawn, for example, would.
I want to look around for a big, nice shield.
You're able to find plenty of shields, but as far as finding a nice one, that one, that's the kicker. So, roll investigation. Oh boy. Just
There's a
give me.
lot of 20s tonight.
Yeah, you guys have been fucking rolling fire on me. That's good though. Like, I'd like you guys to be prepared, because then I don't have to worry about pulling punches. Not that I ever do, anyway. Maybe during one-shots. I kind of pull punches during one-shots. But that kind of goes without saying. Where is it? Where's the goddamn thing? Come on. Dungeons Masters guides. Don't do this to me. Can't remember the name of what it is that I'm looking for, which would really help if I could. But I know I've seen it recently. Dang it. Sorry, just give me 1 second. We're almost there. I'll find it in a moment, I promise.
On another note, these crackers remind me a lot of cheese nips.
Dude, I haven't had cheese nips since, like, deep childhood.
Yeah, bringing back some memories.
But yeah, like, you say that, and, like, I can conjure in my head. I know exactly that flavor.
Yeah.
Alright. So with a 21 investigation, you do such a good job of scouring the marketplace that you find yourself a mark-ass bitch. And this guy is apparently unawares of the fact that he actually has a magical shield in his stores. And so, please hold, separate book. This will not take me as long to find. Don't meta this. But it is a magical shield emblazoned with the symbol of an eye. And he's selling it for 5 gold.
Does it look pretty though? Does it look nice?
Oh yeah. It's really good quality.
I would ask him how much.
5 gold.
I will give him 5 gold. I would make sure I snuck away from the group to go and buy this.
Okay. So he pulls it down off of his stand and hands you this, giant round Captain America shield with an eye emblazoned on it. Which to you is like a saucer sled, right? So
Yeah. I would, after buying it, I'd walk back up to the group and try hiding it behind my back and just be like, Garrett?
Alright. Roll sleight of hand with disadvantage. And please roll a fucking 20 on this, because that would be hilarious. No such luck. So not for lack of trying, definitely trying to hide, this large shield behind small kobold frame.
I would look, does this look good to you?
That looks fantastic. Did you find that in this marketplace?
Yeah, some guy over there, he sold it to me. And I know that you lost yours, and the one that you have now, you don't really look that enthused about using it. And I just want to say thank you for keeping us all alive. And I'll hand him the shield.
That's extremely thoughtful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do I recognize the eye?
Anybody who's looking at it can roll Arcana to know what it is.
Before I roll, I'm going to say Vecna.
Vecna is pretty iconic.
Gosh.
Like,
Evelyn, you've seen those in books before. That's a sentinel shield.
Tarek, that's a sentinel shield.
I don't know what a sentinel shield is.
It gives you advantage on initiative rolls and perception checks as long as you are wielding it. Wielding meaning that you have it on your arm and, obviously holding it in front of you.
Does it require attunement?
Good question.
It apparently does not. Damn! Thank you,
Damn.
Ewok.
And obviously functions as a shield, so you get the +2 AC.
It
What
apparently
about
also
everything
gives
I've done?
+5 passive perception as per the rules on the advantage for perception checks.
Yep. So
What
what's
about
your
everything
passive
Leviathan's done
perception?
to keep the party
Well,
alive?
Currently, it's 10. So,
Well,
Hooray.
if I knew it was that good, I would have. No, I'm just kidding.
Ask for it back.
Okay, I'm actually now deleting my animated shield.
Yeah, you ain't getting that fucker back. That is long gone, sir.
That's just rude.
Yeah, good luck getting that one back.
Because you have shitty toes. Okay.
It's gonna hurtle through the cosmos until it hits a great old one in the eye, which is gonna piss it off and send it to destroy Toril forever. The end.
Well,
Garrett looks even cooler now.
Garrett gets the experience for an entire world. Becomes a god.
He'd be the shittiest god.
Alright, so if you guys are all done with buying stuff, I have one last thing I need to cover before we end.
Okay.
So, anything else? Commerce?
No.
Capitalism? You guys are all set? Alright, good. Trip, what is it that you plan on doing while the rest of the party goes into the temple? So that I can have something for you to do next week. What do
I
you...
still need to be persuaded somewhat, because I don't really see much in it for me.
I was gonna take the slaves, train them, move them to the new place
What new place?
where we were supposed to go, aside from the abandoned place.
Oh, Jiro's Rest?
So you're just gonna...
Yeah.
You're basically gonna go off ahead to where to the party's next objective.
Yeah, because they're gonna probably complain if I'm like, I'm gonna bring my slaves, and they're gonna be like, how are we gonna get horses for them? So I have to take the long route there to
Okay.
make sure the slaves get there.
It's fine with me. All right. Well, I guess that settles that. So, next week we'll find out who's doing what, I guess.
I'm going in the hole.
I'm gonna wreck it.
We'll smash.
This is the last time we're all going to be alive and together. Just call it now.
That may very well be. But that's nothing new.
It's been an honor playing with you all.
Alright, the lot of yous take, there were some good 20s, I like the roleplay, take 300 for the day. Good playing of roles.
Tripp's right though. We probably wouldn't just like right off the bat allow him to take the slaves with us to the meeting. It's pretty good planning on his part.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to say no.
And who knows what shenanigans Tripp and his slaves will run into along the road. As there is never a dull moment on road travel.
We roll it exactly right so nothing happens. It's just like, wow.
Tripp's gonna end up getting picked up by Ray. It's the fucking way of the road.
It's a way to go, Bubs.
They're ladies of the evening. They're friends of the road, Bubs. Anyway, big thank you to everybody who came out and supported tonight. Huge thanks to Exploding Dice for that raid. All the other hosts, the bits, the amazing follows pushing me over the 3,000 mark. That's fucking badass. Thank you guys so much for that. Really, that's fucking cool. Especially today, like, I'm like in the middle of like probably the busiest week I've had in a long time. It's like really rewarding to get that kind of like payoff, I guess you could say, in hitting a new benchmark. So very good. Much love to all of you, and I say this every time, but even if you cannot donate or subscribe, also hit 20 subscribers tonight, which was awesome. But even if you're not able to do that, just coming here, being in my channel, even if you're just lurking and working, doing what you gotta do, just investing your time here really means a lot to me. So with all the channels on Twitch that you could be watching, you choose mine, that's a fucking huge compliment in and of itself. So much love, guys, and we'll go through, do our favorite moments and shout outs. Being the gentleman that I am, let's do ladies first. Scruffles, go.
Favorite, getting to speak far common, finding the fucking machine. That's pretty cool.
The Lingomatic.
Lingomatic. It's a pretty neat machine.
Fueled by the blood of the insane.
Yeah. Yeah, follow me on Twitter to know when I go live. At CIPT Scruffles. And then my links are in the chat. And later this week, my friend might be coming over again, so we'll play some games. We were thinking of playing Dream Daddy.
Oh, jeez.
And then scary games after that.
Yeah, I was watching Lyric play that earlier, and he seemed like he was getting out of breath with like all the reading that he had to do. So it's good that you'll have the two of you there to trade off, so you're just not like, I've been reading out loud for an hour and a half. So yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun for a friend Aaron stream. So, very cool.
And we still have Evil Within to freaking finish.
Well, you better get to it before you go off to Korea
Trying.
to
I'm
fight
trying.
for all of our freedoms.
Right.
In esports?
Yep.
You guys should all save up and come to Korea for the Olympics in February.
Nah.
If
Even
it
when we
was
started saving, I
even
think it's a bit too late to get
remotely
sometimes.
feasibly possible for me to afford that, I would not spend my money on it because I need to save to someday hopefully buy a house and not live in shitty apartment anymore next to fucking exhaust highway. The fucking plane of exhaust.
Plane of fumes.
I'm gonna make that a thing. Hold on, I have to write this down.
The plane of pollution. Yeah.
Nope, it's just exhaust. This is the
Exhaust.
plane of exhaust.
Strange, mystical, arcane exhaust.
I will write up rules for it. Done. Consider it done. But I'm sorry, Scruffles, does that conclude your things
That-
and stuff?
Is it? Yes.
Outstanding. And to our other female cast member, with her resplendent aubergine plumage.
Hi.
Tell them about stuff and things, Ammo.
You can follow me on things. Amaros here on Twitch, Amaros16 on Twitter. I make things. Usually they are crocheted items, sometimes they are knit items, sometimes it is artsy related. I post pictures of the things on my Twitter. Yeah.
Right on. Alright, let's swing over to Trippenstein, the other half of our murder twins, who has to make my life difficult by splitting the party.
Not my fault. It's completely against my character to go in there. It's completely pointless.
D&D
And-
stands for Drangus, not Drongus.
Seraphina's gonna need some sort of instinct.
Haha! Victory is mine,
I
I've
wanna
confused
go.
you. Please continue.
But my favorite part was being the one to start the mercy killing, as the good characters just walk by some tormented guy eating himself.
I was a
You
bit
whipped
surprised
him
by that
biblically,
myself.
dude.
I expected a mercy
Yeah, you
killing.
motherfuckers being evil and shit. Thought that was me and Nylot's job.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm chaotic neutral. I don't give a fuck.
You whipped him.
it's my cantrip that does damage.
Ugh. Still,
Rather
just
than
the-
sit there
the
and
image of
spend
it.
all your level 1 spells, or all your spells in general.
Yeah, I don't know how much health he had. It couldn't...
Or try bludgeoning him to death with a quarterstaff.
Yeah, but I don't want to get that close and get his blood on me. I don't know how the disease works.
Anyway, tell the people about the stuff and the things.
But I stream stuff at twitch.tv/Trippenstein and at Trippenstein on Twitter, and I've been playing a lot of Fortnite. I have copies of it to give away when we hit some goals like 1,000 follows,
Which
is
you're
coming
pretty
which we're
close to.
really close to, yeah.
Hit the
Less
follow
than
button,
50,
you schwein.
and then I'll have the giveaway going for a few days, let people enter.
Right on. And does that complete
That's
your
it.
shout-outs, sir?
Emma and I also enjoy competitive Overwatch much more than quick play. And we like
I find
streaming
that
that.
interesting.
People actually try,
I
and they
actually
don't just
like it
play
a lot
Widowmaker
more.
and Hanzo.
Yeah.
Nice. All right,
Definitely
so
have more fun in that
let's
game mode.
swing it over to Ewok Fuzzy Nuts.
Yo, favorite
Yo.
part was getting to buy stuff.
Yeah, right.
Like I've had money between my inheritance and finding the gold is good to actually spend it.
Nice, dude. Yeah, you
And
get
I've
this is
still
the
got-
literally the first time since the beginning where you've actually been in a place where you can really buy things. And not just buy things, but really, if you look hard enough, you could probably find pretty much anything.
I've wanted to get another Tinker's Tools set since we did the crossover episode.
Oh, wow. It's been quite a while then.
But I had a lot of fun tonight.
Right on.
It's really hot.
Yes, it is.
But other than that, I'll be streaming almost every night. I wasn't going to stream tonight, but since it's actually kind of cooled down tonight, I'm going to enjoy that.
Nice,
And
dude.
but I'll be live tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central.
Sounds good. Sounds fucking good. All right, who have we missed? Young Joseph.
Well, my name's Joey. My favorite part, I mean, I love it, but I hate it. Probably the diamond bit. That was just so frustrating. Mickey was so close to making it being rich, and then like, it was probably my favorite moment out of character, because obviously in character it didn't affect Leviathan at all. But damn,
Right.
Buckle just rubbing the salt in deep with that one.
Well, you know, that's
That
how
hurt.
he do.
I did no such thing.
That's how he
Yeah,
do. That's how
right.
he's always done.
You may as well have looked me in the eyes when you did it.
Slid in the dagger.
God. So it's just out of character. My favorite moment happened out of character tonight. So a lot of fun. Follow me on Twitter and stuff like that. Tuesday we'll have the Heroes of Enderbor campaign where you can see Thogor playing an actual character, along with our fun special guest Trendane, who will be joining us for another week. That'll be fun. So watch Tuesday 8 p.m. Eastern on Barrow's Boys channel. Follow me on social media. Tomorrow I'll be doing another viewer request art stream with my friend Ron, who's done some character portraits for this stream.
Rock
That's it.
and
And
roll.
Buckle's going to go next after me. He's going to tell you not to follow or pay attention to any of his links, but ignore that.
Good looking out, Squire. Good looking out.
I haven't streamed in like 18 months. It's not happening.
I think it's just a bit now.
That doesn't count. Still Strammer. Go ahead.
I really enjoyed the entirety of the alleyway scene, ending with Danderfluff Mercy killing the dude. Everyone's true natures came out in that scene in a way that hasn't happened before with this party.
Yeah,
And
honestly, I'm surprised that the paladins walked past him and just allowed him to suffer.
it's from Garrett's point of view. He knows they can't save them, and their goal is much higher to be able to save everyone. And so sometimes you have to make hard choices. And Garrett may be struggling with crisis of conscience and faith anyway. So
True.
Leviathan's
True.
true alignment is lawful Garrett, so
Lawful Garrett. Oh, that's great.
you are a dork.
But a great dork.
So yeah,
Does that conclude your spielings?
it does.
Your spielings of your feelings? Nice. Alright. So that is gonna wrap it up for us. I'm gonna not blather like an idiot for an hour. Like I usually do at the end, because I am exhausted and I am going to go lay down and relax. So, I hope you all have a great night and you enjoyed watching the broadcast. I will be back tomorrow night. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to end up doing. It depends on who we have to play or not. But there's going to be some changes happening to the Monday night game. I'm going to work on recruiting some more people for that. So, anyway, that's the end of the show. So, look both ways before crossing. Don't text and drive. Serious on that one. Eat your vegetables. Also serious on that one. And avoid the clap, which is the most important of all. We wave. We say goodnight. Goodbye. Farewell.
Literally-
Waiting.
Bye.
Don't do anything but just drive.